Shall we bow our heads while we pray? Our dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this event that is taking place at this time. We give glory to your name for the gift of life. We thank you for bringing us here from far and near. We want to thank you for our special guests. Many of them are already here. We thank you for granting them journey message to be here at this moment. We pray and commit the program that is going to take place here this hour into your hand. That our Lord will superintend every aspect of the program. We want to believe that at the end of that program, we'll all be blessed, would have been blessed. To your name, honor, and glory, we ask in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Please, you may be seated. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, here represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Management Services, Professor Jacob Haliso. It's my pleasure to recognize your presence and to welcome you to this very important occasion. Today offers us another opportunity, significant and relevant to the nation, the state of our economy as a country. And so we are gathered here today to look at the state of the Naira vis-a-vis the states of our nation. And so it is my honor and privilege to recognize Professor Jacob Haliso, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Management Services. Please, can you rise for recognition? I also wish to recognize the esteemed presence of a faculty member of the Department of Business Administration, an author, a publisher, a budding artist, and also the university bursar. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me to recognize the presence of Dr. Folorunsho Ilesami Akande. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Director of Academic Planning, representing the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Professor Oludele Awodele. Where is it? In our midst, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, is the Dean School of Management Sciences of this great institution, Professor Samuel Dada. I had earlier introduced the university pastor, who is a professor of religious studies, Professor Efe Yoga. Thank you once more for your presence. I'd like to recognize the former provost of the College of Law and Security Studies of this institution, Professor Deji Olanrewaju. Please permit me to recognize the head of Department of Business Administration, Professor S.I. Owala. Professor S.I. Owala? Finance, sorry. Professor Owala, please. Can you rise for recognition? Where is it? Yeah. So, HOD. Chair of the committee. Chair of the committee.
this
My apologies.
symposium.
My apologies. My apologies. Committee chair, please.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. He's going to speak to us shortly after the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize one of the nation's outstanding scholars. Is an academic of distinction, an accomplished monetary economist, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, a dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Caleb University, a former banker, a lawyer, a professor of economics, a prolific writer, and one of the most celebrated economics scholars in our nation today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and pleasure to recognize, as I enjoy you, to also join me to welcome Professor Olusegun Ajibola. Today we are discussing finance, we are discussing economics. If we are going to have an array of distinguished speakers, eminent scholars to handle this topic excellently, distinctively, we cannot but include in this coterie of academic scholars the Commissioner for Finance, Ogun State, the Chief Economic Advisor to the Governor of Ogun State, former partner and leader, Deal Advisory and Private Equity at KPMG, expert on Africa business and investments landscape. He has been a speaker at various local and international forums, including the World Economic Forum. He has published several articles in renowned journals, newspapers. He is an international finance expert, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation, and also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Accountants. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Okubadejo. The next I'd like to also recognize one who is going to join us online. She is the group head of Central Operations Trade Services of Wema Bank, PLC. A celebrated banker with skills in risk management and customer service, a champion of global banking innovation, and I wonder what she's looking for in the banking industry because she has a degree in molecular biology. She will always be remembered for one outstanding thing, and that is the introduction of the wow customer service. She's one of the outstanding women in the trade, treasury, and payment industry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me to recognize via online, Mercy Femi Olagundoye. Please let's give her a round of applause. I also like to state that Professor Deji Olanrewaju is currently the first Vice President of the Chartered Bankers of Nigeria, and indeed the incoming president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria from May this year. Please join me to recognize the head of Department of Finance, Dr. Peter Ogbebo. I also like to recognize Pastor Abaribe Chukwuemeka. He is the chaplain of the university. Please join me to recognize Professor S.A. Taylor. And if there are others that I have inadvertently omitted, I hope to recognize you one more time when I come for the next item on the agenda. But at this point, I'd like to invite the President Vice Chancellor, who is here represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Management Services, Professor Jacob Haliso, to give you his welcome address. Please, let's put our hands together.
The Commissioner of Finance for Ogun State, the University Bursar, Dean, the DVC Academic, Dean Management Sciences, First Vice President, Chartered Institute of Bankers, Nigeria, Head of Finance of Babcock University, other heads of departments of Babcock University here present, the Symposium, the Chair Symposium Organizing Committee, the University Pastor, distinguished professors, faculty, students, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I say good morning. Good morning, sir. Is it because of the state of the Naira? I bring greetings from the President, Vice Chancellor of Babcock University, Professor Ademola S. Tayo, who is unavoidably absent this morning. And of course, as all of you are excited on his behalf, I'm also excited. As I came in, I saw this, the agenda for the discussion, and a bit disappointed that the venue should have been 10 times bigger than this, and the entire university community should have been part of this program, because I am very sure in the midst of the intellectual giants where issues of relevance is being discussed, the grassroots benefits. I want to thank the School Management Sciences, ably headed by Professor Samuel Dada, and the head of the Department of Finance, for coming up with this brilliant idea to have such an academic and robust debate, for the networking you have created by bringing experts in the field of finance who are well-known, well-noted practitioners. And of course, in our midst, there are also researchers, graduate students of the Department of Finance. You know, university environment is only known for idea generation, for knowledge manufacturing. And it is the ideas that you generate, the knowledge that you manufacture, that will go about solving local, national, and global challenges. We are so very excited to enjoy the deliberations, the discourse, the debate, and at the end of the debate, the communique that will come out of this symposium. I wish you a very happy deliberation. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, Professor Jacob Haliso. I've always loved to be by his side. He is my immediate boss, simple, original, and never pretentious over any issue. Ladies and gentlemen, to give the opening remarks for this program, it's my pleasure to invite Professor S.I. Owuala. Let's put our hands together.
Once more, good morning to everybody here. Permit me to start on the existing protocol and go straight to the opening remarks. The idea of this symposium is a byproduct of one of our postgraduate seminars last year that coincided with what was unfolding before our very eyes as a national currency, the Naira, suffered an unprecedented decline in the value vis-a-vis other international currencies like the US dollar and British pound sterling. The idea crystallized into this symposium proper as its decline continued, reaching an all-time high of about 1,600 Naira to $1 in parallel markets. For us in the Department of Finance, we chose not to throw up our hands in the air in despair or engage in finger pointing on the Bretton Woods institutions as being responsible, but rather, as our people say, that one who wears the shoe knows better where it hurts. We decided through this forum to be a homegrown solution provider for a stable Naira. It's therefore our hope that through the papers and discussions likely to be presented, this symposium will provide a forum for a robust rubbing of minds between practitioners, policymakers, academicians, and researchers. Thus, it is aimed not only contributing to the ongoing debate on the travails of the Naira, but also to strive to be part of solutions of stabilizing and as well as enhancing its value. Moreover, this symposium will offer the Department of Finance an opportunity as a budding center of learning in finance discipline to champion the cause of problem solving at this critical period of the nation building. More importantly, a symposium of this nature will bring immense national visibility to Babcock University as a center of excellence, thus enabling her to fulfill its mission of impacting society for positive change. Let me therefore use this opportunity to welcome all of you who are participating physically and virtually in this epoch-making event and implore you to be part of providing solutions to one of the very serious nagging problems facing the country presently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wala. Please let me recognize Professor Maku Olukayode, who is here representing Professor Taylor. Thank you very much for coming. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move to the lecture section of this program, and each of the speakers will spend 25 minutes. I'm always excited, always attentive, with bated breath to hear this gentleman speak, not just because of his oratorial prowess, but the immense body of knowledge and insight that he brings to bear on any issue that he handles. He handles it not only professionally, he handles it with a high level of equanimity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite our keynote speaker, Professor Olusegun Ajibola.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to adopt the already well laid out protocol just for the sake of time. The state of the Naira. It is ironic that the state of the Naira is almost equal to the state of mind of most Nigerians today. The man on the street is worried about the state of the Naira. And let me remind us, Naira itself, dollar itself, they are means to an end. They are not end in themselves. Aristotle said, wealth is for the sake of life, not life for the sake of wealth. Essay follows by saying, compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. He who understands it earns it. He who does not pays it. Martin Luther King Jr. has this to say about money. Money can't buy love, but it improves your bargaining position. If we command our wealth, we shall be rich and free. If our wealth commands us, we are poor indeed. Money is only a tool. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 10 says, the love of money is the root of all evil. Money, like manure, does no good till it is spread. The monetary economist, Milton Friedman, says it is money that matters. The Bible says money has added all things. But money, in whatever color or size, is available to be spent or saved. So many people in our midst run after the dollar today, as if it is the end in itself. Dollar is a tool. Dollar is a servant. Please, let it not become the master of your life. Money is a very, very effective servant, but a very ruthless master. How else do we explain, ladies and gentlemen? My task is very simple this morning. It's just to unfold issues that our lead speakers will be interrogating. And in doing that, I will push across quite a number of posters that should enjoy the benefits of experience of our lead speakers and panelists. How do you explain, ladies and gentlemen, human beings storing dollar in steady tank, on rooftops, office cabinet, without an end? The philosopher says, human wants, human needs are limited, but human greed is unlimited. There are those in our midst who have not been able to have sound sleep for months now because they watch on hourly basis the behavior of exchange rate of Naira to dollar. Many health complications have ensued thereafter. In most cases, these men and women who have unleashed unimaginable economic sabotage on their fatherland, they continue to live as slaves to dollar, rather than sending dollar on errand as a servant. The state of the Naira, as we have it today, is badly affected by the underhand dealings of Nigerians and non-Nigerians in this league. The good Lord shall deliver our land from these locusts, these pests, and economic vampires. But wait a minute. Why is the fate of the Naira tied to the dollar almost 80 years after the post-Second World War Bretton Woods Agreement that acknowledged dollar as the superior currency there? Why is it? Why is that ECOWAS unit of currency fail the euro as a currency is succeeding? We understand that BRICS is coming out with its own currency as of today. What is AFCFTA, the new agreement in down, doing about the continued denomination of African financial transactions in American and European currencies? What is happening to Chinese yuan? At least we are aware of the volume of transactions between Nigeria and China. Ladies and gentlemen, can Africa beat on the passion Kenya is demonstrating at the moment? Cutting relationship with African currencies for African transactions. Why is dollar? Why? If we look at the origin of even Naira came into being in Nigeria in 1973. Before then, we were pounds, shillings, and pence. We had no issue about the value of our currency. And when in 1973, in an attempt to decolonize our environment and chase away imperialism, we decided to go dollar. Dollar was almost at par with the pound sterling. That 1973 coincided with the first acknowledged energy crisis in the world due to the problem in the Middle East. It afforded developing nations of the world to call for a new international economic order. Nigeria earns so much in petrodollars, and that would have been the best opportunity for us to restart this economy afresh. That would have been the era for us to build and industrialize Nigeria. Unfortunately, the petrodollars that we earn were expended on frivolities. Anybody should please take time, go through the third national development plan, 1975 to 1980. That was the best document that I've ever seen as an economist in terms of planning. Unfortunately, it was mismanaged. Name it, Ajakuta Steel Rolling Mill, the petrochemical industry, the refineries, all of them were contained in the third national development plan. Where are we in all this today? So we keep talking about dollar, because we have mismanaged the opportunity that came around us to strengthen the Naira, to strengthen our local currency, that should ordinarily be at par with the leading currencies of the world as are today. The global currency management as a whole and the roles that we see the World Bank, the IMF playing today arose from the post-Second World War era, where dollar was the only currency that survived the devastation that accompanied the Second World War. So most countries of the world decided to dollarize after the 1945 Second World War. But most of those countries, even in the same league with Nigeria, they've detached themselves. They can now boast of resilient economies, even those without the kind of natural resources that Nigeria can boast of. Look at Singapore, about the 5th fastest growing economy in the world. They had no natural resources. So many other countries. Why is Naira, the state of the Naira, the determining factor for the state of the economy of Nigeria 63 years after independence? Maybe our late speakers will lend credit to some of these issues. But what gave the early challenges of the Naira? Because of our conspicuous consumption habit, the mismanagement of the petrodollar that flew into the economy in the mid-70s, and of course, honeymoon never lasts forever. There was glut in 1978. Our economy was, unfortunately, still monolithic. The glut in the global oil market in 1978 caused the fizzling out of that free flow of petrodollar. That's when we realized our nakedness. By 1984, the economy of Nigeria was already fully dislocated. We already had problems with our international trading partners. We have problems with London and Paris clubs. We have problems with our correspondent banks. All credit lines cancelled, and our foreign exchange transaction became cash and carry, which it was still half of today. Some of us will remember the popular IMF debate of 1985 under General Ibrahim Babangida then to 1986, perhaps the most intellectually challenging debate over policy prescription and policy recommendation in the issue of Nigeria today. Nigeria said no to IMF, but decided to live with the tough conditionalities of IMF. So structural adjustment came. In fact, the first, what we call second tier foreign exchange market, the first auction that held in September 1986, that took Naira from about 1 point something Naira to $1 to 3 Naira, it was hues and cries, pains and anguish. How could we have destroyed Naira like this, 3 Naira to $1? It was a cry, without knowing that the journey just began. So we've been moving 3 Naira September 1986, then to 9 Naira, to 21 Naira, to 80 Naira in 1994, to 197, to 460, to 560, to 800. I don't know what it is this morning. Some are saying 1,003, 1,004, and there's celebration all over town. Who are we as Nigerians? Celebrating 1,300 Naira to $1? The state of the Naira, Where are we? So the journey to the current state of the Naira is something we can dimension easily. The state of currency of a country like Nigeria is largely influenced by a multitude of factors. The faith in the currency by international investors who dictate funds flow across the globe, the role of arbitrageurs and speculators, the demand for convertible currencies to fund essentials and support conspicuous consumption habits and ostentatious lifestyles, the quality and quantity of monetary and fiscal management, dollarization of economic and financial transactions in a flagging economy like ours, even unreliability of data, and depth of financial literacy and financial inclusion, corruption in high places is a problem. In Nigeria, we have seen our situation influenced by the pressure on demand for Naira, triggered by needs to import essentials and non-essential, transportation, school fees, tourism, and this a symptom of policy failures. 6 decades after independence, ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria can still not feed our citizens. General Obasanjo, as he was there in 1976, said, while introducing Operation Feed the Nation, that a nation that could not feed itself is at the mercy of other nations. Is it not embarrassing that Nigeria is still at the mercy of other nations 6 decades after independence, spending dollar to import rice in a land with this kind of arable resources, arable land, uncultivable land, good for almost every food human beings can eat, we still depend on the rest of the world. Why will the state of the dollar not be a challenge? We've abandoned agriculture. We put so many other things aside. Food inflation continues to gallop. Latest figure says 37-38%. I don't know if we got it to the end. The third national development plan that I mentioned, we've not been able to realize the dreams of that development plan. We still import goods of ostentation. Naira is in a weak state today because even some hitherto locally produced commodities are now imported, making the economy vulnerable to the rest of the world. I was telling my students last week that there used to be one biscuit in Kwara State, Oke biscuit. I'm still missing it today. It's been replaced with sugary, at times contaminated and health risky biscuits from all over the world. That's an outstanding example of what we have lost in terms of food. Yet, last week, we said Nigeria can now import dairy products and some other things. And those in poultry and other businesses, they are crying blue mother. I don't know if anybody is listening. So Nigeria remains one of the few countries in the world that permit dollarization of domestic commercial transactions, which spells loss of confidence in our own local currency, the Naira. And the courage to punish this economic sabotage is still largely missing. Policy dimensions are less efficacious because of policy and impact lags due to unavailability of reliable data. Less attention has been devoted to attracting foreign currency inflows to show up the value of the Naira. I think, at times when policies come out, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, the problem is not that policy, but what lawyers call the unintended consequences of the policy. What one would expect is, if we want a policy dimension to come out, it's like we want to construct 4 carriageway from here through election time down to the express. The problem of that policy pronouncement is not what it will cause us, how delay, weather, and so on and so forth. Those will be displaced in the town. Those who economic life, sources of economic life will be disrupted. What do you do to put them at rest? I don't know if we ask this question in this part of the world. What will be the unintended consequences of a particular policy? We have seen a lot of policy somersaults. We have seen the impact of policy lags. We've seen the impact of policy, in fact, what I don't know how to call it. And relying on dollar. We remember that at a point in time, my honorable commissioner was not on seat then. State governors were asking that the allocation by Federation Account Allocation Committee be made available to them in the currency in which they are. There will have a commotion in the market. We remember what Professor Ngoso Ogewala said. Fact today, foreign exchange market tomorrow. The implication of this is that the monetization from dollar to naira should be handled by the respective recipient from far. If it heeded, it will have caused a lot of commotion. When dollar is monetized, another thing, maybe another takeaway, which our lead speakers will also talk about. Now, at times I see celebrations, states are earning more, states are earning more. And somebody asked me, a media person asked me, and I said it's simple arithmetic. If I earned $1 million this time last year, and I converted that $1 million to the ruling exchange rate then, and I earned the same $1 million this year, and I convert the same $1 million to naira, as at today's exchange rate, won't I have more naira? If Nigeria, the records are right to say that about 60% of the federal government revenue comes by way of petrodollar, as at today, I'm talking of as at today, won't they have more naira revenue by the time they monetize to naira? What is the celebration about state earning more, state earning more, state earning more? I still have not understood the arithmetic. We have seen a lot of efforts towards fighting the cause of the naira. We've seen the passion. We've seen some bold steps. We've seen some panicky moves. We've seen the use of what is referred to as power of coercion to fight the cause of the naira. But we should also realize that the challenges confronting the naira, as earlier acknowledged, started in the 1970s. At times, what has been different in our checkered history is response to those challenges, the manner and nature of response. The use of monetary policies to tame inflation and address the continued fall in the naira has been acknowledged. But the negative impacts of many policies in a volatile economy like that of Nigeria are found in those unintended consequences. For example, we've seen monetary policy rates moving up, cash reserve ratio moving up yesterday. These are good instruments of monetary control. But ladies and gentlemen, given the peculiarities of our own environment, the outcome of such policies may not be as precise as depicted in the textbooks or as found in financially developed economies. By imposing restrictive monetary policies, how much of growth and by extension are you prepared to sacrifice? somebody somewhere should be able to do some simulation analysis, some sensitivity analysis, because at times you occupy certain positions where you have to jog so many balls and you must not allow any one of them to fall. Monetary management is not a solo race. You manage complex, conflicting macro goals, and you must pursue all of them at the same time. What distinguishes the men from the boys is the ability to work on trade-offs. To what extent are we doing that? So the desire to harvest low-hanging fruits and hit the soft targets produces policy conflicts and contradictions. If banks are, for example, to fund SMEs and the real sector, who are agents of growth and development and employment generation, among others, with the multiplier effects, to what extent will the current liquidity mop-up allow that? You can use power of coercion in the immediate period. Let's tackle below the change operators. Those who are on the streets, let's tackle them. Let's use the power of force to drive them away. Let's attack currency speculators. Below the change, let's change the narratives. Then we need to address the fundamentals. And the fundamentals can just be summarized in one sentence. Curtail demand for dollar to protect the state of the Naira. Boost supply of dollar to rejuvenate the market. That's so fundamental. That's so simple. That's so literal. If we fail to do that, firefighting, fire brigade approach will not take us to the promised land. Ladies and gentlemen, Naira must regain its strength and be a catalyst of growth and development. Like I said earlier on, Naira, dollar, whatever, is a tool, is a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. If Naira becomes 200 Naira to $1 today, and there is no transmission mechanism from the nominal to the real sector of our life, nothing has happened. Until the man on the street feels the impact of that exchange rate, nothing has happened. There must be that transmission from the nominal to the real. And we are reputed as a country for our weak transmission mechanisms. So for Naira to regain its strength, it must affect the livelihood of you and me. It must discover its lost confidence. Why is everybody running away from Naira? The same Naira is the same Naira of 1973. That is the same Naira. We have not changed the name of 2024. What caused this loss of confidence? Naira must remain a store of value and the only medium of exchange within the borders of Nigeria. And when we are talking about the courage to do the needful, to tame this strange behavior in our midst of dollarizing transactions, who are the culprits? Maybe my grandmother in the village has not even seen Naira in her life. She has not. Maybe she has not seen dollar in her life. So who are the culprits? Somebody said they know themselves. It is economic sabotage to keep Naira away from circulation. Those holding Naira, some are also holding Naira on rooftops, septic tanks, must be fished out. In economics, like I said, you have just two things to do with money. Whatever name, whatever size, whatever color. It's either you spend or you save. I often tell my students, even your monthly allowance, keeping it under your pillowcase in the hostel is economic sabotage. Bring it to backup microfinance bank. We will help you use it productively. Ladies and gentlemen, some parting words. Policymakers should borrow from the reasoning of Pareto, among others. A policy is a good policy if and only if it is capable of promoting the greater good of the greater number. For a policy to be meaningful, at least one person must be better off without making someone else worse off. This may not be a literal stance, because at times the sacrifice of today may be the bitter pill for the sweetener of tomorrow. But national economic policies must not stand on what in management is referred to as zero-sum game. If somebody must go up, somebody must go down. That's zero-sum game. No. Policy making is not rocket science. However, economic goals do have inbuilt conflicts and contradictions, which is why scenario building, sensitivity analysis, trade-off models are often required to get the best out of such exercise. In a country like Nigeria, for example, how much growth should we accommodate using a template that also projects growth and inflation as conflicting objectives? Ministry, departments, and agencies must understand themselves and work together. Policies do not achieve the best for the people when conceived and implemented in silos. For example, the lifting of the ban on 43 items from official foreign exchange market ought to have engaged the attention of some other ministries, departments, and agencies, not a nation for central bank alone. Using this as an example, quite a number of questions should have been asked and answered before the Central Bank of Nigeria released its circular on that subject matter. What should be the trade policy on the items to protect the local industry? Tariffs, import duties, quotas. The Nigerian economy is not just an economy that can be opened up for competition from at times dumped substandard products. I used to have some customers in the banks in those days with best of products for Nigerian households. One of them was Berek Industries in Isolo. Berek had one of the best dry cell batteries all over the world. Then the environment allowed substandard dumped batteries in this environment. Berek could not go. Berek closed down. Oluwa Glass in Igbokoda was my customer. Heard about the best flat sheets, glass sheets in West Africa. They could not go. Oluwa Glass died. Nigeria Wire and Cable in Ibadan has perhaps the best cables in Africa. Nigeria Wire and Cable is dying, coming alive, dying, coming alive up to today. When a policy is coming, what is the implication of such policy on local investment? And the national industrial policy, if importation, for example, of toothpicks, textiles, drinks, rice, perfumes is still encouraged 6 decades after independence. Where is the supply of foreign exchange that can accommodate the extra demand for the importation of those items? I was speaking to the Honorable Commissioner, who was acknowledging what I wrote when this policy came out. And my fear is, even those items that were not banned, you could not cope with the demand for foreign exchange for them. Then you say 43 items, come and join the queue. I wonder. And somebody was saying, what of the investment in local production? What will happen to the local productive capacity with all those investments? When you now allow importation of those items, when are we going to grow as an economy? 63 years after, in some of these basic items, we are still crawling as an economy. Some of those who are into these products, they are struggling. Some are closing shops. Some are relocating. In a year's time, where will our economy be? Because if we fail to grow, we cannot develop. We can grow without developing, but we cannot develop without growing. Economic growth is a necessary but not sufficient condition for economic development. If we sacrifice growth, we cannot develop. I hope somebody somewhere is balancing some of these macroeconomic goals. How much inflation do we accommodate in order not to stultify growth? How much inflation do we allow to be able to generate employment? We want to mop up because we want to tame inflation. Available data says total money supply in our environment today is somewhere between 78 to 80 trillion. But I ask the question, sincerely speaking, that money has left the central bank, and that is what is in their records. But is that money in the domestic economy of Nigeria? Is that money with us in this country? 23 trillion printed. The printed money, is it in this country? These are fundamental questions policymakers should ask. Because if you think I have money, and maybe I'm pretending I have money, whereas in my pocket is empty, and you are mopping up, you will end up mopping up my blood. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 1970s, as I go and take my seat, in the 1970s, Nigeria rolled out robust import substitution and export promotion strategies to reposition our economy. In fact, faithful implementation of those two strategies will have made a difference in our life as an economy. Is it not high time we revisited these two strategies? If Nigerians are going through nightmare, as our experts will be sharing with us very soon, that is on the state of our beloved Naira. Gaps in policy formulation and implementation are a major contributory factor. Ladies and gentlemen, if we missed doing the right thing and doing things right yesterday, there cannot be an excuse for allowing history to repeat itself today. Unfortunately, somebody said, man has learned just one thing from history. And the only thing man has learned from history is that man does not learn from history. So he allows things to repeat itself, thereby allowing history itself to repeat itself. After all, ladies and gentlemen, a man can be excused for being born poor, but he cannot be excused for dying poor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Please, let's give him a standing ovation. Thank you very much. We may be seated. So we prepared for the next speaker. The next speaker is going to be addressing us online right after this announcement. I'd like to recognize Professor Johnson Egwake, who is the Managing Director of Babcock Investment Group. We recognize you for coming. We recognize the Head of Department of Business Administration and Marketing, Professor Adekunle Binuyo. The Head of Department Economics, Dr. Esther Lawa. Former Head of Department of Business Administration and Marketing, Professor Oduyoye. The Head of Department of Accounting, Professor Apollos Nwambia. Thank you very much. So we set for the online now? Are we set for it? It's not ready? Is it not ready?
Yes, I think we'll go to the people. I'll come back and
Chair. Right. Thank you very much. Now, just so that we will not forget, it's just a reminder. The keynote speaker mentioned one thing, which is very, very simple according to him. How do we deal with the state of our Naira? And what did he say? Can somebody remind us? He said, curtail the demand of the dollar. Am I right, sir? That's the journey. And then boost the supply. Ladies and gentlemen, I've heard him speak once somewhere. But my conclusion, having heard him speak, is that he is goal-oriented, mission-driven, sincere but humble. He's a wealth manager and a financial planner. And you know one thing about him? Beautifully dressed. Ladies and gentlemen, for one who combines beauty with intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, let us recognize, as we'll invite to give his own speech, Mr. Oladapo Okubadejo, Commissioner for Finance, Ogun State.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished professors, academics, students, colleagues, and everyone. It is indeed my honor to be here this morning to talk about a very important issue that is affecting the whole of our nation. And that's actually putting everybody in panic mode. But before I do that, please allow me to adopt existing protocols. You know, in public service, we know how to do protocols. But just for sake of time, I'm not going to do that. So just please allow me to adopt existing protocols. I think that, Prof, thank you very much for the expose and your discussions on this particular topic. It's a very complex topic, and it's one that a lot of our policymakers are still grappling with, particularly with respect to the effective management of this particular one. I actually have a presentation. I don't know whether the presentation will be displayed, but if it's not going to be displayed, I will just talk through it. Anyway, if you look at the snapshot of the economy today, you would realize that there are certain fundamental macroeconomic issues that Nigeria as a nation that we have. The first one that seems to many people to be unrelated, but it's actually very related, is the issue of our population. Because it's the population that leads to the computation of per capita income. The second one is growth. You look at our GDP growth rate over the years, and the fact that in recent years, we've actually also witnessed some recession, you would see that when you have a population growth that is higher than your real GDP growth, then there is a problem. So how do we deal with that? The third is the issue of inflation. Go to the first slide. The third is the issue of inflation. And inflation is one that is so difficult, and because of paucity of data in this country, we haven't still gotten that correct. The same basket of goods that we've used to compute inflation is still the same one we're using, even though the dynamics of the economy has actually changed. Our consumption patterns over the years is not exactly the same thing as we have now, but we're still using the same basket of goods to compute inflation. And it's all about garbage in, garbage out. If we don't precisely estimate inflation very well, then how do we plan? How do we begin to develop effective monetary policies, and in fact also fiscal policies that will deal with some of these issues as well? The issue of Naira we're talking about today is also affected by our foreign reserves. Foreign reserves. Foreign reserves typically is a measure of how many months of import that you have to withstand shocks and to be able to fund your level of importation. But in recent times, foreign reserves is also now become a financial weapon. It's become a bragging right. And if you're not doing very well with foreign reserves, your ability to be able to withstand shocks, particularly with respect to your currency management, will become a major, major problem. And so it's the multitude of all these factors that's actually led us to where we are today. Second slide, please. And you can see the impact of that in our foreign exchange. The issue of foreign exchange rate is a very, very simple one, albeit also very complex. And it's just issue of basic economics, supply and demand. And Prof has actually also spoken about that as well. The level of imbalance we're also having with trade is also a major contributing factor, because export versus import. Inflationary pressures, we've already talked about that. Then what about the foreign exchange policy regulations itself? You remember that when the new central bank governor was just appointed, he immediately floated the Naira. Was it a good time to do that? Do we have enough capacity to be able to withstand the pressures that will come from there? What about all the other issues we're dealing with, particularly with respect to the gap between the official and the parallel market? And what sort of monetary policy regime that will be adopted? When you talk about the monetary policy regime, is it about contractionary policies or expansionary policies? But the major issue in our climate today has always been the issue of coordination between the monetary policy and also the fiscal policy. Because if not the case, how on earth would the central bank would be an island unto itself by churning out policies without due consultation and also without adequate considerations to all of the issues that we have talked about today. I'm just going to show a few data on the next slides, particularly with respect to some of these points we're going to delve into later. The first is imports and exports. I've deliberately left the oil export there because I left it there so you could see that on the face of it, it looks like we're kind of balanced. But if you remove that, if you remove the red bar there, then you will see that actually there's significant imbalance, particularly when you also think about the fact that a lot of the oil that we're producing today, they've actually been sold forward. And we've spent the money today without having adequate plans, first for investment, to reinvest that money, or how we're going to be able to generate additional foreign revenue. But by far the most important factor that affects the state of the Naira today is capital flows. And by capital flows, we're talking about foreign direct investments, which many of you know has been on a decline over the years for whatever reason, but most of which is ease of doing business. Because as a country, we are competing for the same dollars. And dollar will naturally find where it's most welcome. In our country today, do we have foreign investors that feel comfortable that Nigeria is the right place for it? What's the level of our cost competitiveness as a nation? In a country where many companies would have to produce their own power, to produce their water, and all the basic infrastructure that they need, how do we compete with other Western nations, even China? How do we compete? That's further driving down cost of production, but ours is going on the opposite side. Of course, we have foreign portfolio investments. The foreign portfolio investments, a lot of people call it hot money. But like they say in some parlance, whether the money is hot or cold, let's have the money. It is for us to ensure that what is referred to hot money is properly regulated and guided, and we use it for our most benefits. Of course, all the others, the one that is most significant, that's actually overtaking foreign direct investment, is diaspora remittances. It's estimated that we generate almost, in the last few years, over $20 billion. In fact, the current data today for last year was about $26 billion in diaspora remittances. What's happening to that? Where is that money? Where is that money? Because if you look at the level of foreign direct investments, you would see that it is very small, and the total capital flows has been on a decrease from $24 billion in 2019 to $10 billion in 2020 in total, the three bars, if you had them all together. And of course, in 2021, it was mere $7 billion, and then 2022, $5 billion, and then last year it was just, 2022 was $5 billion, last year was just $4 billion. So the question about diaspora remittances, which I think is by far the most significant, is that these monies actually come in trickles. And when they come in trickles, they're not able to be utilized appropriately. Secondly, you notice that there are three major expenditure items that these diaspora remittances are used for: medical care, housing, and education. These monies, are they leaving the respective countries because of the advancement in technologies? So we're only just quoting numbers for the most part, because the fintech companies have done it in such a way that the money is still there in US, UK, wherever, paid into an account in the US, UK, and then the Naira is also obtained here. How do we make it possible that we use aggregation strategy to be able to domesticate these monies and possibly even form funds, establish funds, healthcare funds, housing funds, healthcare funds that we could use to generate or establish healthcare insurance? So instead of sending money, the diasporans, they buy into that fund, and so we can use the money. And then we can, by aggregating the money, it goes a long way to develop our healthcare facilities. Education fund as well. Instead of government even funding these student loans, how do we use some of these diaspora remittances to be able to do that? Same thing for housing, to develop mortgages as well, because housing and construction sectors are probably the second largest employers of labor after agriculture. The question is, how do we create these sustainable funding sources in a way that will help the development of the economy? In a typical country in the Western world, as soon as you graduate and you work for just 1 or 2 years, you can take mortgages. But here, you would have to work so long before you are able to have your first home. So how do we get a lot of people to be employed in that particular sector across the value chain? So diaspora remittances is one area that we're not exploiting very well. The key challenges, next slide, are exactly what I've listed there. Inflationary pressures. The issue about exchange rate is not how high the exchange rate is. It is the volatility that is the problem. The volatility is the problem. Everybody wants a stable exchange rate because of the issues of purchasing power parity. To some extent, you can explain why it was 3 Naira in 1970 and maybe X amount now. I mean, of course, the question is always, what is the true value of the Naira? How much will Naira equivalent be able to do in this country and in other countries as well? Our foreign reserves, there are many issues with the issue of foreign reserves. It's not just about it being on the decrease. It's about the fact that why have we denominated all of our foreign reserves in US dollars? Why are we keeping all of it in US dollars? Because when you look at trade patterns and you look at level of trade that as a country we're doing with other countries, there's a significant rise in trade with China. Why are we not domesticating part of our foreign reserves in those other currencies? And in fact, about a few years ago, there was an issue about the policy on currency swap. Why are we not taking that up? The amount of trade at that time, when the currency swap policy was put in place, was so low at the time, but we're not looking at it at all. Why do we have all of our foreign currencies, or most of it, in USD? And you see a lot of countries, you see a lot of economic blocs today, the BRICS, and some other emerging countries are saying that, especially even Russia, one of the reasons why Russia was able to survive the onslaught was because of the fact that they decided that their transactions will be in their own currency. And so, if you want to buy oil, you pay us in Russian rupees. And that way, the currency became extremely popular. Everybody also started buying, seeking to have a huge supply of it. And so you are able to have a currency that could withstand dollars to a large extent. But of course, all of it would have to be backed up by productive capacity. In our economy today, it's monolithic. Monolithic. What are we doing to further diversify the economy of Nigeria? Even though, in terms of GDP, we've seen a significant increase in non-oil sector, but in terms of revenue generation of foreign exchange earnings, almost 80 to 90% is still from oil. When are we going to drive revenue from non-oil sector? And it is only when we drive revenue from a non-oil sector that is almost 100% local content that we'll be able to improve the economic capacity of our people, provide employment, develop the SME sector. And then, of course, the issue of recklessness with respect to fiscal deficits. And that issue is one that is fueling inflation today. It's issue of wastages and it's issue of leakages. And it all stems from the budget preparation. And I'm sure there's been lots of discussions around budget padding and all of it. How do we balance between a zero-based budgeting approach to incremental? Do we have even sufficient enough time to be able to interrogate the budget so well that all of these wastages will be eliminated? Then, of course, what do? We're in this state, it is what it is. What do? And I think there are three basic principles that I think we must adopt. We can't expect to be doing the same thing all over again and expect a different results. First is to fix the issue of supply. During the last dispensation, we saw lots of policies churned out on demand management. And the question is, how do you begin to change taste in such a short period of time? The emphasis, rightfully so, should have also been on supply. So I think the first one is to say, how do we truly improve on our output, production, non-oil sector specifically? And that's where the issue of ease of doing business comes in. That's where the issue of subsidies would also have to be looked at very critically. Because in most Western countries, you see targeted subsidies. But unfortunately here, we've not really been able to master specifically how to implement subsidies. Because the truth is, it's expensive to live in this country because the government has not done enough infrastructure in terms of other social needs or social welfare needs of the people. There's no social safety net, for instance. And so, if you're going to do subsidies, it's got to be targeted. And the idea is that, do you do subsidies for production, to encourage production, or you do subsidies for consumption? Those are issues we need to deal with. Of course, the other issues is the issue of the use of incentives. We have different status, free trade zone, special economic zones, industrial estates. What are the specific fiscal terms that would encourage investors to see Nigeria as a preferred investment destination? The issue here, we have to generate enough output, production. But unfortunately also, we're generating and producing raw materials and exporting raw materials that in the value chain has almost the lowest value. What are we doing with respect to value addition? How do we optimize the value such that we can process some of these raw materials and be able to generate a much higher revenue, export revenue from those processed goods? Foreign inflows, I've talked about what we can do with diaspora remittances. Foreign direct investments, it's been on a steady decline over the years, but the question is, what are we doing about that? Are we taking proactive measures to be able to attract serious investors? And I think Prof also mentioned some years back, we had most of these companies. Michelin and Dunlop were here. We have, in Ogun State particularly, we have rubber plantations. And we allow these companies to exit Nigeria. In fact, it's so bad that they've now come back in a way that they're just exporting the raw materials. What are we doing with policies, particularly with respect to the incentives for them to process here? I mean, what are we even talking about if we can't refine our petroleum products? What do we do with rubber? What do we do with cocoa? What do we do with palm oil? You've heard the story of oil palm seedlings that were taken from here to Malaysia and the rest of it, you know? And I think the issue most of these companies are having is that the cost of doing business here is high. And one of the strategies that we are proposing in Ogun State is to adopt a cluster strategy where you locate most of them in a cluster where there's shared facilities and they can enjoy some economies of scale, thereby driving down the cost of production, of course with some additional incentives that will be targeted at production, but it should be fair and transparent. We've seen import substitution strategies being successfully implemented in this country. In cement, we have seen it. Now we're a net exporter of cement. But are we regulating that sector well to prevent oligopolistic tendencies? Are we holding the players to account, players that have enjoyed our incentives that should have been for the benefit of the citizens? Are we holding them to account? Tax holidays, preferential foreign exchange allocation, single-digit interest rate, tax credits. The objectives of these incentives is to reduce your cost of production, but then the benefits must be passed on to the citizens. You cannot be adopting import parity pricing after you have enjoyed some of these incentives. What are we doing about that? What are we doing with the issue of our raw materials? Limestone is almost free, and it constitutes almost 70% of the raw material input for that particular product. So we've done import substitution successfully. But are we following through to the end? Where are our antitrust agencies to manage some of these oligopolies? You know, so those are areas that we need to deal with, because the lessons we've learned in some of these sectors, when we take it to the others, we must be mindful of all of these issues that I've talked about. And the third one, of course, is the issue of foreign currency borrowing. There's really no problem in borrowing. And it's also another issue that we're dealing with currently today, where you see some statistics about the debt profile of some subnationals. And the analysis, in my view, is very shallow, because it just looks at the total debt profile of different states and you just compare it. Have you asked for once, state A, what is the tenor of its debt? You can't compare a 10-year to a 30 years. What is the interest rate? Is it single digit? Is it long term? What has the money been used for? Capital expenditure, infrastructure, or recurrent expenditure? These are further very detailed analyses that must be queried. And for most emerging markets with very high inflation, you're probably actually better able to borrow today at 15, 20%, as long as it's for capital expenditure, rather than waiting for 5, 6 years until you can afford it, because inflation is already, I mean, the case in point is the airport, is the agro-cargo airport we just built here. If we had waited just a few years, then the question would have been, will we be able to afford to even do it? It's not just an airport, it's an aerotropolis, as an example. So, until we improve the production capacity of a country to generate sufficient enough dollars, it is forever going to be a problem. And the import dependency will also be an issue as well. Foreign currency management, I've talked about that. Currency swap. Why don't we unbundle our foreign reserves? Why all of it in US dollars? How are we generating sufficient enough returns, or why are we not allocating to currencies where we most trade? Because these are ways you can promote the value of the Naira as well. Because if we float a Chinese yuan here through a currency swap arrangement, it means we go straight to yuan and not having to go through dollars and then yuan. There's loads of leakages from that aspect as well. On the demand side, of course, I've talked about import substitution. We need to reduce cost of governance. This fiscal deficit, as long as it continues, we're going to have major, major problems. There's been very topical issue around increase in FAC, and I think Prof has already dealt with that anyway. Increase in FAC, and then the correlation with exchange rate. I think is a research topic that academics must also look at very carefully as well. But above all, the most important thing is that we have to make this country an attractive destination for investments. Because if we keep doing medical tourism and not managing it, in recent times we've heard a lot of foreigners coming to Nigeria to come and do their surgeries. We need to create medical centers of excellence. I always advocated the issue of our doctors going abroad. We should see it as human capital export or a service export. And how do we get the best of it? We can make arrangements with those foreign countries because a lot of the education here is subsidized. And then see how they can come for medical tourism here. Education. It's estimated that we spend so much money to send our children abroad, but now you really have to be very rich to afford a $50,000 tuition in the UK or in the US on an annual basis. So this also affects the elites as well. And maybe it's a good time that we need to look at what we're doing essentially in these areas. Between 2010 and 2020, foreign education expenses was $28.65 billion, according to the CBN. Medical treatment abroad was $11 billion in the same period. And the foreign exchange demand for education and healthcare was nearly $40 billion. Personal travel allowances accounted for almost $60 billion. We have lots of tourist destinations in this country. Why are we not promoting it enough? Yes, there are issues of security, I know, but I'm not under playing the issue of security, but walking on the streets of Chicago, you're probably more likely to be shot. Seriously. Why and how are we not managing these narratives? Why are we not managing these narratives? You can imagine all the things, the three major things that I talked about now: healthcare, education, personal travel allowances alone, running to almost over $100 billion. So on the demand side, we have to make this place to work. We have to make Nigeria work in a way that we can reduce our demand and, of course, adopt some of the strategies that I talked about in increasing supply. Now, what's the true value of Naira? From your perspective today, do you think that Naira is overvalued or undervalued? From all available statistics and data, it is clear, and from all bases of computation of a fair exchange rate, of course, Naira is significantly undervalued at the current parallel market rate today. And what is driving the rate is not based, what is driving the parallel market rate is not necessarily based on the supply and demand balance as well, because our policies have actually made it possible for people to be able, for small customers to be able to drive what the rate is. If you're not flooding the market with sufficient enough dollar liquidity, maybe through the BDCs, then when somebody wants to pay for tuition of his ward or children, and the malam says it's going to be so, impulsively you are bound to pay for it. But if there's dollar at that level, because the problem also is the fact that we're having a lot of these challenges with liquidity as well. But now that the BDCs have now been funded, all they need to do is to be regulated. Another issue with respect to this supply and demand are some of our regulations that we've had for so many years, and nobody is sitting down today to say, do we still need some of these? One of them is certificate of capital importation, as an example. In this day and age, in this period of technology advancement, yes, transaction flows would have to be documented and captured. But what tends to happen is that there's a huge abuse in that particular system, because all it requires is for an investor to come into the country today, get certificate of capital importation for maybe $100 million or whatever it is, because he's coming to invest in Nigeria. Then when he's leaving in some years to come, all he needs to do is to go and do a valuation of his business, and he says it's $1 billion. And we are bound to honor and give that person or that investor $1 billion. How? And a lot of, very bad foreign investors have taken advantage of this loophole. If it's an open market, you bring your dollars, you change it at whatever, as long as it's documented, of course, change it at whatever rate you want to change it. When you are going, just document it, take your money out. Why does the state have to have the responsibility to now look for a valuation that has been prepared by the so-called independent parties? So those are some of the things that we really need to look at as well. So the true value of Naira, what is it? I think the consensus estimate, based on several methods of calculation, is a fair Naira as of today will be between 900 and 1,000. And you can use either PPP method to compute that. You can use interest rate parity method to compute that. You can use other unofficial methods, some of which we call the hamburger method, where you compare the price of hamburgers all over the world to be able to determine, and it's giving some very crude basis as well. You can also use the total money supply over our reserves to be able to compute that as well. So the consensus is really, so at 1,400, 1,600, obviously the dollar is overvalued, is undervalued. And what that means is that there's some speculative issues going on there. Some people are gaming the system. So the question is, do we have sufficient enough capacity to monitor, to regulate, and to control? You've heard the issue of Binance. You know, so those are some of the things that we need to deal with. We have to be ahead of these technology advancements because this game is no longer just within the confines of Nigeria. It's international. And with fintechs and also all these financial technologies and electronic banking, you know, a lot could be going on outside of the purview of the central bank. So in terms of recommendations, we're talking about forex market interventions, and that ties to our reserves. You have to be able to have sufficient work power, sufficient capacity. And just like I said, your foreign reserve is now like a financial weapon that needs to be jealously guarded. Monetary policy adjustments have to take considerations of coordination also with the fiscal authorities as well. Foreign reserves management we've talked about. International cooperation. One of the ones that was recently signed was the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. I'm sure many people do not know that that bloc is the single largest economic bloc in the entire world. But are we taking advantage of it? This too much reliance on dollars has to be broken. How much are we doing in intra-Africa trade? All these Bretton Woods institutions are there, but how much credit are they giving to Africa? What conditions do they attach to some of these credits? When are we going to be able to stand on our own? So the establishment of Africa Finance Corporation, and then Afrexim, Africa Development Bank, I think is in the right direction. They need to be supported. They need to raise sufficient enough funding to be able to fund Africa risk. We understand Africa risk more than anyone else. Of course, economic diversification, I've talked a little bit about that as well in terms of great productivity. We have to grow our manufacturing sector. Our SMEs that typically form the bedrock of any economy, that generate the most employment, they have to be supported. The incentives we give them have to help them to be able to grow from a micro to small, from small to medium. And that's one of the reasons that we have just launched in Ogun State what we call SILAS, the SME Industrial Land Acquisition Scheme, where they get land and be able to get collateral at below market rate, and thereby having access to financing on a sustainable basis. What are we doing with our solid minerals? Are we just going to open our eyes and allow it to be carted away in private jets? How do we develop that sector? You know, lithium and all the other things that we have, you know, through fiscal federalism, the implementation of that is also another area where the subnationals would have to be given sufficient a capacity to be able to deal with some of this. So in conclusion, the state of the Naira is what we make of it. We are the largest culprits. And the state it is today is a combination of factors: monolithic economy that we're running, over-dependence on oil, fiscal imbalances and deficits, structural weaknesses in the economy, and also the external shocks that we don't have a capacity to withstand. And these challenges have led to pressure on foreign exchange reserves, currency depreciation, and constraints on our economic growth. But the opportunities exist, as we have mentioned, to address these issues and improve the outlook for Nigeria if some of these recommendations are well implemented. While Nigeria's foreign exchange issues pose significant challenges, proactive policy measures and reforms can help address this problem. So by adopting the economic diversification, promoting fiscal discipline, enhancing monetary policy coordination, implementing structural reforms, and engaging with external partners, a lot of these issues can be solved, and Naira can be on the verge of appreciation on a sustainable basis. Thank you very much.
Please, he deserves no less a standing ovation. Thank you very much, sir, Honorable Commissioner. We are prepared to take the third lecture, but permit me to quickly recognize the presence of the Accountant General and Permanent Secretary, Treasury, in the Ministry of Finance, Ogun State. He is Mr. Tunde Aregbesola. I also recognize the presence of Professor Oluyemi Babalola of the Information Resource Management Department. Are we ready with the next lecture? All right, so I think we are going to take the next lecture. And this lecture is by one incredibly cerebral, creative, and innovative risk manager and customer service expert. We are talking of Mrs. Mercy Femi Olagundoye. Please let's give her a round of applause. She's not present here with us. So we are glad to hear from her. Please can we have our online.
And our erudite professor, we didn't expect less. Thank you. So the state of Naira, we said a lot this morning, and honestly, it's a burning issue. When you visit the market, you hear the market women talking about dollars. When you visit barber salon, the same dollar. Some folks have even turned dollar to dollar poor. So when you hear people saying dollar poor, it may not really be the name dollar poor. It may be referring to the dollar. So what has made dollar an household name? And that's why we are here this morning to talk about the travails of Naira. Naira, the currency Naira. What is Naira? Naira is a living tender in Nigeria. That is, it's a means of exchange. If I present Naira, I can exchange it for values, for goods and services. Naira is not a convertible currency. We have 4 different currencies in the world. We have the reserve currency, we have the frontier currency, we have the convertible currency, and the non-convertible currency. So Naira, if you take the Naira as a currency outside Nigeria, it won't be acceptable. It's only acceptable as means of exchange within the confines of Nigeria as a nation. Now, relating it to other currencies, we talk about exchange rates. And today, even the driver, they know about exchange rates. Everybody talks about exchange rates. They are interested in the exchange rate. Suddenly, we are all forex operators in Nigeria. We are all treasury dealers in Nigeria. Now, what is exchange rate? It's the price of Naira in terms of the foreign currency. That is the quantity of Naira you require to get the unit of United States dollar, for example, or a pound sterling, or Japanese yen. That amount of dollar, Naira, that we use to exchange for it. But this exchange is not determined arbitrarily. There are a different system guiding the determination of exchange rate. Sorry, can you see my screen now? Not yet. Okay, I'll proceed. Now we have fixed exchange rate system, and that is when the government, through central bank, ties the exchange rate to a currency. So they decide the amount of Naira you will use to exchange for a unit of foreign currency. Now we also have floating exchange rate. That means you allow the forces of demand and supply to determine the exchange rate. So you let the market to determine it. And we have managed floating. That means though you allow the market forces to determine it, the central bank intervene to ensure stability. So if the rate is going too far, they can peg it and say, no, it can't go beyond this. And that is what we experience in Nigeria, even though we claim we are in floating exchange rate system. But if you check all over the world, hardly will you see substantial country practicing floating exchange rate system, where they allow their exchange rate to be solely determined by forces of demand and supply. So that's managed floating exchange rate system. Now let's look at foreign exchange management. Before the establishment of central bank, there was no structured foreign exchange system or foreign exchange management, and a lot of activities actually happened. Some indigenous banks that started went distress along the line. Now, when CBN was established in 1958, the need for foreign exchange system became a sacrosanct. We just needed foreign exchange system to guide activities of foreign exchange in the country. And by 1962, Exchange Control Act was introduced, and majorly was to increase foreign exchange receipts, reduce disbursements, and enhance foreign reserves. Because if you get those 3 actions right, then you may not have serious headache with exchange rates. So the focus of Exchange Control Act of 1962 was actually to manage the foreign exchange. Now we used that for a while, but the boom of 1970 actually caused problem for us. The boom as a result of Middle East crisis, we now have double blessing. Our volume of crude increased because of what we discovered, and also the price of crude was also rising. So we had an unprecedented boom in the foreign exchange market. And we had money. The then head of state said it was not our problem, but how to spend it. I hope that statement no longer hold again in Nigeria. So the boom made us to be super rich, quoted, and our taste suddenly changed. We moved from our regular, normal, durable taste and rent taste. I show this as such of events that led to establishment of the central bank, but we won't dwell on this because of time. Now, historical shoots. I don't know if you are seeing my slide. I'm actually speaking to the slide from here. Before the oil boom, our focus was on agriculture. We were producing our raw material for processed goods from Britain was sold to Nigeria, and we were doing figures to all. It's a quick around, a chain event when we discover, and our taste for food was overblown. So you see, you see, rather demanding for local goods, they would rather demand for foreign goods. And every foreign goods that came into the country was paid with foreign exchange. This practice went on, and by 1980s, Prof already mentioned that we had crisis, particularly March 1982. Our reserve only paid for a month's import, so there was serious crisis. And the National Assembly gave emergency power to the presidency, and Economic Stabilization Act of 1982 was established. Not majorly different from Estate Control Act of 1962, but to actually enforce Estate Control Act of 1962 by bringing in prohibition and restriction in the imported goods. But did that solve our problem? No. The crisis continued. And because the demand for imported goods, the change of taste has created a gap. To cover the gap, people have to use for different means. And during that period, parallel markets came in. So we have parallel markets to partially solve the problem that could not be solved in the official market. In June 1983, some Western banks came for negotiation of trade loan. Prof mentioned it. They were not ready to extend our trade loans because the due obligation we have defaulted over and over again, and our borrowing rights in IMF was already exhausted. So for us to get any support from IMF, it came with stringent conditions. But we had no choice. And from that time, our trade transaction changed from the definition. So if you are doing a confirmed LC today in Nigeria, you must send money offshore, and they will add confirmation, and they will still charge us for that confirmation fee. So why am I being charged for confirmation fee when I already sent you money? So what guarantee do you need from me again? But because of our history, and that's one of the challenges we have. If we are doing trade transaction and I'm providing foreign exchange to back up my trade transaction, why is the foreign bank demanding, or the foreign beneficiary demanding for confirmation? And if I ask you to have confirmation, why are you demanding for confirmation fee when I've already sent my money? but our history will not stop haunting us because the past did not speak well of us in terms of trade obligations. So we have different waves of changes in the banking industries. From 2001 to 4, we have modernization. Technology was gaining ground. The consolidation of 2005 to 6, rapid growth and expansion from 6 to 7, the financial crisis, the global financial crisis of 2008 to 9, and the rest up to this time, the rise of digital banking. Now let's look at evolution of exchange rate management. By 1986, due to inadequacies of Exchange Rate Control Act of 1962, the act was jettisoned and structural adjustment program was introduced. Was structural adjustment a curse or a blessing? We will decide at the end of this symposium. Now, structural adjustments introduced flexible exchange rate system to replace the fixed exchange rate system that we're practicing. And there were lots of new developments in the system. The fixed exchange rate system was classified as first-tier foreign exchange markets. And when SAP started, we moved to second-tier foreign exchange markets. And by 1987, July, the two markets merged to become foreign exchange markets. Now, liberalization and market changes. We started with IFM, from IFM to AFM, and brief pegging in the 1994, and later we moved to Dutch onshore system. From 2002 to 2014, the market adopted both retail Dutch onshore system and the wholesale Dutch onshore system, just to manage the foreign exchange crisis and to regulate the rates. The retail, the buyer will quote the rate he wants, and for wholesale, the banks will buy in bulk and sell to their customers at a rate they bought from CBN. But did that help? No, the challenges continued. So in 2015, the retail Dutch onshore system was stopped and the market adopted interbank rate system regime. However, by June 2016, June 20 specifically, managed floating was announced with multiple exchange rates applicable in different markets. We have different markets like retail secondary market intervention sales, whereby central bank will intervene in the market and we invite the banks to present their customers' requests. And that's what led to the valid, the one that is being contested. Then we had invisible and small markets for SME. There was a rate applicable in that market too, just as retail secondary market intervention say had its own rate. We had international market transfer organization window operating with a different rate. We had investor and exporter window with its own rate, and we had the wholesale market. So all these markets existed during the last dispensation, which was flexible or managed floating system. And there was crisis because if you want to buy dollar, you really need to know the market you want to go because there were different rates. Now, in solving the problem, there was an introduction of non-deliverable forward in 2016, just to encourage investors, whereby when you bring in your capital to hedge against exchange rate risk, you can buy a non-deliverable forward through FMDQ. And if there's any rate change, you'll be settled with the differential. But the problem with that product is non-deliverable. So if I bring my inflow and I have non-deliverable forward to hedge against exchange rate risk, if there's no foreign exchange to buy, then I cannot repatriate. So that was a major discouraging factor for investors. Now, in 2018 June, the country signed a bilateral currency swap agreement with China for a maximum of 15 billion renminbi, for equivalent of 720 billion naira. for a period of 3 years, subject to renewal. But there were lots of restrictions with renminbi. Renminbi could only be used for letters of credit. We could not use it for bills for collection. And you and I know that letters of credit just one mode of payment. So there were lots of challenges with that too. And another thing is, we even had cases where the Chinese will say no to a pro forma invoice denominated in renminbi. They want it in USD. So the issue of currency swap was there, but the acceptability was another challenge too. Now, that continued, and it seemed there was no respite. Has Naira been resuscitated from the problem it found itself? No. So let's look at the distress, the Naira in distress. Number one thing I identify is inadequate supply. The supply side is perpetually short, thereby affecting the foreign reserve, which consequently impacts Naira negatively. One of the uses of foreign reserve is to defend the exchange rate. But where your foreign reserve persistently dwindle, then we have a challenge. Another thing that is causing the distress for Naira is that activities of the speculators, and that one is like a natural thing that always accompanies inadequate supply. The gap between the official markets and the parallel market fuels the activities of speculators. So they leverage on that gap to carry out the activities. Then another thing is loss of confidence in Naira as a store of value. Truth be told, many of us in this hall, we move away from storing our values in Naira to United States dollars, because you know the 1 million Naira of 2020 is no longer the same 1 million today in Nigeria 2024. So there was loss of confidence in Naira as a store of value. Then the reduction in capital inflow, like I narrated. Investor fund at their fund was stopped in Nigeria because they could not repatriate at maturity. I even had a particular experience. The fund came in, we bought the treasury bills. Upon maturity, there was no foreign exchange to repatriate the fund. So such made investors to withdraw. It's not only about increasing the interest rates. We should also be mindful of when the investor wants to repatriate the fund. Will there be foreign exchange? If there's no problem. So I showed a graph, I don't know if you have seen my screen, to demonstrate how Naira will be depreciating from 1986 to 2024. It's something that is a big concern. Prof mentioned it from 3 Naira. And when it was 3 Naira, everybody was shouting. But today, 1,400 plus or 1,500. And there was a time in black market was getting to 1,700. Now we look at what is causing the problem again. We talk about the supply side. The dwindling of capital importation is a major one. From FDI to FPI to trade loans. You see investors are saying no. Even the correspondent banks are withdrawing their credit line available to do business. And I showed a drastic representation, a diagrammatic representation of this drop from 2019 to 2023. In 2019, we had 23.9 billion inflow, according to NBS. But by 2023, we had 3.9. You can imagine from 23.9 to 3 capital inflow. So the supply side is seriously deficient. And we look at the reserve. The reserve from 2019 to 2023 have been moving between 40 billion to 32. In fact, by 2023, it closed with 32.9 billion. And if you look at the reserve compared to our demand, honestly, we shed tears. We look at the remittances. The Honorable Commissioner mentioned this. When you hear the inflow of diaspora remittances, you'll be wondering, where is this money? I tell you, this money money doesn't come to Nigeria. If somebody in UK is sending money home, we see them around. Incidentally, I'm in UK now for an event. You see them, you want to send money to Nigeria, they will collect the foreign currency, but the beneficiary at home will get Naira. So the money sits offshore. It's not coming to Nigeria. No wonder the Naira for dollar scheme was scrapped because we're not getting the value. The country introduced Naira for dollar. That if you have diaspora remittances, for every $1, you get 5 Naira as an incentive. And this is a model that was used in Bangladesh, and it worked. But when we look at it in Nigeria, you just be giving the rebates or the incentive, but the dollar sits offshore. So we are not benefiting from it. It's not actually supporting the supply side. Then we look at the disproportionate foreign trade. That's import trade versus export trade. From 2019 to 2023, it has consistently been rising our imports. It's rising at amazing rates, but our export is crawling. Our exports, if I may give specific number, in 2020, let's leave COVID year, 2021, our exports was 2.1 trillion in Naira, according to NBS. But our import was 20.84 trillion. We were importing to the tune of 20.8 trillion, and we were exporting just 20.1 trillion. Let's do the calculation. The gap is massive. This is excluding oil. We're talking about non-oil import and non-oil export. So the gap is a major challenge. Naira will continue to live in excruciating pain as long as this gap exists. I look at the textile, and that's going to be my focus area when we go to way forward. Textile. The volume of textile we import to this country is amazing. In 2019, we imported to the tune of 220.47 billion, while we exported 3.3 billion. By 2023, we imported 377.08 billion, while we exported 8.76 billion textile. And I ask, is that an avoidable expenses? We will answer the question very soon. The same thing for the food and beverage importation. Prof mentioned it. Operation Feed the Nation. We can't feed ourselves. From 2019 to 2023, it is rising consistently. In 2019, our imported food and beverage was to the tune of 1.64 trillion. But in 2023, it has moved to 3.8 trillion. You can imagine the volume of foreign exchange that is going out as importation. We are not talking about plants and machinery. Or plants and machinery are used to manufacture, to produce. We are talking about things to import. There's no further economic value. We consume and so be it. Slightly, I will touch on this, but the Honorable Commissioner mentioned it. Forest allocation to invisible service, according to the CBN governor, 2010 to 2020, we allocated over $90 billion to these three sectors. And you can imagine what the volume will be from 2021 to 2023. The jackpot, the peak of jackpot, it must have been very huge. Now, for travel allowance, over 50 billion. And I wonder, are we really serious as a nation? Why will Naira not be in pain if you are doing this? The same thing for education, the same thing for medical trade. These are avoidable expenses at times. Now, I look at 5 decades, Naira has been consistently falling. So Naira is in pain. Naira is in excruciating pain, and it needs to be rescued. Now, the policy reform, based on the recent activities, by June 14, 2023, the CBN announced the free floating of Naira to unify the multiple rates. Like I explained in the earlier slide, we had rates for retail SMIS, we had rates for wholesale window, we had rates for invisible market, we had rates for IMTOs, we had rates for investor and exporter window, multiple rates in the system. Obviously, it's a sign of unseriousness. But thankfully, the new market came on board and we are told free floating Naira to unify the multiple exchange rates. The I&E window was replaced with NAFED so that it's a level playing ground for everybody, and the market dynamic changed to willing buyer and willing seller. So if I have dollar and I quote my rate, a willing buyer will buy from me. That was the free floating market dynamic that was introduced. Now, confidence, because one of the greatest challenges is lack of confidence in our system. So the need to build confidence, the need to restore confidence in the investors that are coming to Nigeria. The CBN resumed regular intervention in forex markets. They have resumed because since August last year to January, there was no intervention. Let's free floating work. But you and I know it is almost impossible for the market to run very well without CBN intervention. So they resumed intervention, and BDCB, the ban of BDC has been lifted so that they can supply the retail invisible demand. Now, the unification of rates, I've mentioned that with the introduction of NAFED to replace all the other markets. So we have a single market now. Then the I belong to the second one. If we are actually practicing free floating, whether managed or managed, we should allow people to be on the same playing level ground. 43 items were not banned, they were never prohibited from coming to this Nigeria, but they were not permitted to source funds for them from the official window. So if it is not prohibited and it must be brought into the country, where do you expect the importer to get the money? From parallel markets. And one of the requirements when the policy was on is before you process the forming, you must write to central bank to get approval. And one of the requirements is that you must attach the domiciliary statement of accounts before they can get it approved. So where do you expect the importer to get the money? They go to black market. So 43 item was fueling the activities of black market. Since they were not prohibited, let them be on the same level under the free floating exchange rate system. So, well, it's a serious debate, but I think I support CPM for doing that. Now, RT 200, oil export proceeds repatriation rebate has been scrapped. When it was introduced, was to encourage exporters to bring their proceeds into Nigeria. So if you bring your proceeds and you sell it in the I&E market, you'll be given 65 Naira per dollar. And if you use it for eligible transaction, you'll be given 35 Naira per dollar, just to encourage. Is it a good decision to scrap this? Well, The market is free floating. Why should I be giving you rebates when you can actually negotiate the rate you want to sell? Nobody is putting a ceiling on the rate. Maybe in CBN Infinite Wisdom, they decided to that is a free market. They've been giving you extra on your proceed. Then the Naira for dollar scheme, we've already discussed that. It has been scrapped. So you bring your diaspora remittance, you will pay in Naira, but the rate is not capped. It depends on willing buyer of your FX. Now the new regulation, introduction of Pan-African Payment and Settlement System passed, which allow us to trade within the African region in the currency of the country, not dollars. So if I'm trading with Ghana, for example, I will move my Naira to the bank and the beneficiary will be paid in steady. So Naira is not involved. We hope this will work well. It's just that the volume of trade within the African region is also a concern. Who are we trading with? What's the majority of our imports and where is it coming from? So that's a challenge for PAPS. Now, the price verification system has also been modified from 2.5 to 15% to avoid over-invoicing. In 2020 August, CBN introduced price verification system or destination payment, whereby it was capped at 2.5. The extra you can put on the general price, but that has been lifted to 15% based on market realities. Then BTA payout is now card, no more cash. So if you are not traveling, you have no business with PTA. So your PTA now will be given to you in form of card, not cash. So the era of buying PTA and taking it to black market to leverage on the differential between parallel markets and official markets, I think the card has eliminated that. And also INTO proceed payout in Naira, as I earlier mentioned. Then the removal of cap on spread by interbank. Before now, you can only charge as a bank maximum of 1 Naira. But today, CBN has liberalized it. Depends on your negotiation power. Then the sale of foreign exchange to Burundi change. We've mentioned that, so I move. Then the currency cash pooling on behalf of international oil companies. There's a regulation that 50% can be repatriated immediately, but 90% has to wait for 90 days and based on certain documentation. Removal of unliable limits of exchange rate quotes by INTO. Bank cannot lend and borrow in the same currency to avoid exchange rate risk. Then banks are also mandated to keep 0% of long net open position and 20% short net open position of unimpaired shareholder funds. These are new regulations that the central bank has introduced. Now, the way forward. Changing taste. Our taste needs to change. And this is not only government, it involves you and I. Let's look at ourselves in the ball. Majority of us were in suits. And I always say this, what does suit has to do with mental capacity of Nigerians? I'm also guilty of it. I'm also wearing foreign products. I look at Nigeria, we are in a tropical region. We are not in separate region. It's understandable if you are in Europe and you are in suits. But in tropical region, with the heat in our region, we wear suits. I show you the amount we spent on textile, and that's why I asked the question: is there an avoidable expense? Why the financial institution insists on suits Monday to Friday? What does suit have to do with my mental capability? What happened to the Ankara? And some of us will take pride in even saying our Ankara is not from Nigeria but imported. Why do we look at others rather than looking at ourselves? One day I went to buy a pineapple and the man told me the price has changed. And I was like, what concerns pineapple with price changing in the market. We said dollar. I laughed. And the man said, no, madam, this pineapple is Cotonou pineapple. It's not blended. Because blended is Nigerian pineapple, while Cotonou is foreign pineapple. So if you castigate people eating apple and you are eyeing Cotonou pineapple, you are also spending our foreign exchange. Many a times I look at people from head to toe, everything imported. From weave on, imported, the makeup imported, the bag imported, the tie imported, the shoe imported. So we need to change our taste. What happened to Nigeria assembled cars? We take pride in those. One time, Toyota went to start assembling plants in one of the African countries, but they said they want to do something as per health in Nigeria. And I was laughing. That means we need medical attention, not productive attention. So we need to change our taste. There's urgent need to change our taste. Some people, they drink imported water, imported toothpaste. I've had a case with a customer, he wanted to import toothpaste, and I told him, sir, this is prohibited. He said no, and he asked me a question. Have you been to 5-star hotel before? If you have been there, you will know that it's not the ordinary toothpaste they are using there. And I told the man, if you are in Nigeria, you won't speak like this. So, but what concerning him, came there to make money. So we need to change our taste. Then prioritization of forest. Which sector is getting this forest? Is it productive sector or the one that we are using to show off? Because at times some of these things are status symbol. Which particular sector? There was a time CBN did sectoral allocation, 40% to other services, but 60% to manufacturing sector. But does that survive? No. Some people, what they bring in is just packaging. So we need to focus on forest prioritization. Then building confidence. I've already mentioned that the Apex Bank at every cost to avoid defaulting in payment. It erodes the confidence in offshore banks. They withdraw their trade line, and some of them will totally shut down. That is not profitable to do business with us at this moment in time, because our trade obligation, we are rescheduled, and we are forced to pay. So we need to do that. The export financing. Yes, the banks are very supportive in import financing because that's the major, but we also need to do export financing. I wouldn't blame the banks because many of them have got their finger burns because majority are not well grounded in export financing, even the exporters. So we need to prioritize that. The repatriation of export proceeds should be well monitored, and defaulters should be sanctioned. If you are exporting anything outside the country, you should also bring your proceeds back. That's the benefit that the country can gain from that trade. Then development of supply chain finance, factoring and forfeiting. These are things that we can introduce. So it's not only about particular line of financing that we should know. We should also expand our scope and also educate the exporters very well. Other sources that can supplement or augment the supply side. Elimination of oil theft. This is actually a challenge, and we pray that the presidency will be able to address this and the elimination will be done completely, 100%. Then full compliance with the cash pooling for IOC. I already mentioned that. So it's not that the policies are not available, but enforcing and monitoring compliance is also an area we need to focus on. Then encourage diaspora remittances. This is a big one, because when you look at IMF, the World Bank statistics, they will give you the volume of diaspora remittances. But these remittances, are they actually coming in dollars? Why will you be sending money home at the end of the day and getting Naira, not the foreign currency? So it's an I know CBN do a lot in diaspora remittances, changing the policies over and over again is an area to focus on. Then the capital inflow. This can never be overemphasized. Fine, the NPR decisions and the interest rates has increased to attract the foreign investors, but that is not the only factor. Are there other factors? If I bring my money in to invest in TB, for example, can I repatriate on maturity? Can I get the FS? Will my investment not be tracked? Those are the areas we also need to look at. So it's not only about increasing the interest rate. This is very, very key for us to get out of this problem that Naira is. I stop here. Thank you for your audience.
Well, if you can hear us, oh wow. What is wrong? What is wrong with my mic? Hello? My mic is not on, but if she can hear us, please, yes, we wish to state that we thoroughly enjoy your presentation, candidly done, frankly presented, confidently so. Indeed, we have learned so much from what you have said this very hour. We enjoy you very, very much. And to us, what you said is an eye-opener to what is happening in the finance sector. Particularly those of us who do not understand the meaning and implication of the exchange rate. Today we have a good understanding of what it is, the damage and the good that it can cause to our nation and economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a brief group photograph, and I wish she were, okay, if she is still online, I wish we could project her so that she could also be part of this photo session. We are going to come up here, and then the photographer, who is the photographer, please? Okay, so she's going to take is going to take her with, she's back. Hello, ma. Hello, ma. If you can hear us, you are joining us virtually for a photo session. And I'd like to invite the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Jacob Haliso, the University Bossa, then the representative of the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics. Please, can you step forward? Come over here. And then the Honorable Commissioner, sir, please. The keynote speaker, Professor, please come up. Head of department, you have to join them. I am so excited. I feel so happy because this is one of the most inspiring departmental symposiums that I have had to attend. I want to recognize Mr. Towolawe Adeshina Mufutao, FCA. He's the permanent secretary. Where is he? Is he the permanent secretary, Ministry of Finance, Ogun State? Yeah. Oh, you are here. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So, yes, we take this. Chair committee, yes, please join. I hope we are not. Can you come this way a bit? No. Yeah, is it okay? Oh, not gender. No, she's gender sensitive because she is there with us. Yeah, Mercy is there with us. Yeah. Thank you very much. So we can step down. Thank you very much. Let me inform us. My mic is not on. Let me inform us that we have two restrooms just behind the back door. So if you need it, just step out through the back door, and then you will see the one on your left. On your left is the male, is for male. The one on the right is for female, and so you can use it. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Defala. Mr. Defala is going to recognize our sponsors. We'll give him a few minutes, and after that, we are going to have the panel of discussion, and that is going to take us 15 minutes, just 15 minutes. But let's have a brief moment to appreciate our sponsors.
Thank you very much. We want to take a moment to appreciate our sponsors. Please, can you put some volume to this video? We have a few sponsors, about 6 of them, that have come together to support us on this program. We have Aiko Capital, we have Coronation, we have Ucrest, Ministry of Finance, Edgefield, and Westbury. We want to take this moment to appreciate them exceedingly because of their amazing support. They have made this program possible. And Federal Ministry of Finance. Sorry. The Ministry of Finance, Ogun State Ministry of Finance. And also Babcock Microfinance Bank. Because of your immense support, this program could come to life today. We really appreciate you. So just take a moment to watch the video from Aiko Capital. Thank you very much.
I was stage of life, start talking to us. And I woke up to meet we are here to make your financial picture clearer, simpler, and create a life that gives you the confidence to reach forward. Start your conversation with us today. Wealth means different things to different people. It's defined not only by our account balances, but by moves and households. It can be about security for the years or for a distant future. Protecting what or who you've worked out for. By one stage of life, or one who means to you. Start by talking to us. And I woke up to meet you. We are here to make your financial picture clearer, simpler, and create a life that gives you the confidence to reach further. Start your conversation with us today.
Bring these chairs. Bring those ones that are not Mr. Defala. Mr. Defala. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our panel of discussants, and they are going to examine, answer queries on the topics that have been delivered. We listen to the keynote speaker, we listen to the lead speaker, we also listen to the third speaker. And so I'm going to invite these very impressive individuals who will serve as our panelists to come out here to attend to us, to enlighten us more on what we need to understand or what we need to take away from the lectures that have been delivered so far. So I'd like to invite to the So let me invite, in no particular order, to step forward, Professor S.I. Owala. Please, can you step forward? Professor Samuel Dada, please, can you step forward? Professor Makuolu Kayode, a professor of economics from OOU, is representing Professor S.A. Taylor. Dr. Andy Oko. Dr. Yinka Alalade. And Professor Johnson Egwake. Professor Johnson Egwake, please, can you step forward? Yes. I think one thing that struck me while the keynote speaker was delivering his paper was his references to notable companies in Nigeria that died. He mentioned Berek, he mentioned Olua Glass Company, and a few others. And our concern is, are we likely to experience similar things, or are we likely to experience the opposite of what we talked about? What is the prospect that what happened in those days, some of which are still happening, will not repeat itself? Are there delivering policies that can be put in place, or are there policies already in place now that can be retooled to ensure a non-recurrence of what the key speaker talked about? So any of the panelists can begin to answer. Dr. Alala.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. This is a very timely symposium. I'm happy to be here, and I want to thank everybody for being here on behalf of the department. I remember growing up in Ibadan, and close to my uncle's house is the A5 factory. And every morning you see a troop of people moving from various homes into the factory, factory. And moved from here to Ghana. Yeah, they left Nigeria because of infrastructural deficit. The power, they had to generate their own power. And the cost of generating the power is even much more than the profit they are going to take home. So the infrastructural deficit actually chased some of these prominent companies from Nigeria, moved to Ghana. I understand now that even some of them are moving back to Nigeria. Yeah, and Ghanaians are now complaining because companies are leaving them to come back to Nigeria. One thing that we need to focus on is the government need to focus on infrastructure, especially electricity. I'm happy Abia State has done something that almost every state should emulate. Commissioner, sir, Ogun State also should tap into what Abia State did. 20-year budget. The project. I think it's worthwhile. Even if we have to borrow money to do that, I think it's worthwhile. It's worth it. And I think that alone will lift bodies from companies. Lift bodies that they can produce cheaply because there's availability of electricity, and that will help the economy to grow. People will get jobs, and from there we'll be talking about self-sustenance. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are you contributing, Prof? No, if you can, why not?
Thank you, everybody. I think the question is, if we still experience failure, Jesus will come, there will be failures. On my own part, I don't like externalizing reasons for corporate failures, because nobody was brought in as a manager to manage in a stable environment. And it's when you sit on that seat that your intellectual power comes to play. So it's your internal combinations that will determine who will survive in a time of turbulence. So don't play with who ends the organization on one side, but there's a caveat to it. And that caveat is having multiple phases. One, do you have the robust workforce to deliver? Because you may discover that it's one army that is moving, and those who are to move with you, they don't have the capacity to deliver. Two, the resources for internal production, you may not have the right combination without importation. And when that happens, you may be forced to react quickly to the dynamics in the market, of which nobody is going to look at you. Bear it at the back of your mind that you're also competing with others. Two, the external linkages and connections with those in power. I will always tell any business organization, if you don't have a connection with those in government, you are having half-life. Because there are things that will be waived if you have a solid network that you can leverage on. So if you believe you are going to operate in isolation, you are a joker. So, I think there are others who are seated who would like to contribute. I never, on my own, disagree with the fact that government has no role to play. But please, even the government is tired of the government. So don't expect somebody who is tired of himself to pave the way for the future. You have to do that job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I just want to add that in economics, once a firm is unable to cover the average variable cost, then the firm will shut down. There is an important aspect of the cost per unit and the price you are selling. Once you cannot, the price cannot cover the average variable cost, the firm will shut down. And what caused this is very simple. The cost of input of most of these countries or companies are imported. And when you want to import them, it bounces back to this issue of the foreign exchange. So as much as the foreign exchange crisis is not curtailed, much of their imports are taken in. And when they want to sell, average Nigerian person has a very low purchasing capacity. The moment they calculate the cost, and the cost vis-a-vis the price an average Nigerian wants to pay is lower than the cost, the next thing the firm will do is to shut down. So there are only two options or two ways out. It's either to find a way of reducing the cost of inputs, or to find a way of reducing the quality of service. And no firm will want to reduce the quality of the products. So the most important thing is to find every means within the government and outside the government to ensure that the cost of production is reduced via stability in the exchange rate. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just add to that. The question you raised, companies left, is there a possibility that they can come back? But the issue at stake is, why did they leave? Infrastructural decay. Then consider when some of these companies left, and now, is the infrastructure better? Definitely no. And this situation has been worsened by the high level of insecurity. So as long as this persists, the tendency for them to come back is not there for now. But if the issue of insecurity is addressed in any part of Nigeria, then infrastructure is improved upon. Investors are like farmers. They are looking for fertile ground. No amount of official visits, no amount of international campaigns, going to their homestead, Nigeria is good, and I come and invest, will bring any company back. But once the environment is conducive for investment, definitely they will come back. So what Nigeria should be focusing upon is, what is the reason for their leaving? How do we address the problem that chased them away? Once this is done, definitely they want to come, because there is market in Nigeria. That's the truth. Since we can't allow them, or they will not be able to operate here, they will operate elsewhere and sell their product to us at higher prices. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the Finance Department for organizing this symposium. Personally, this is the kind of areas that I believe academics should address. I raise an issue and the Finance Department is responding to it. When we carry out a research, that research must not end up on the bookshelf. It must have practical application. And that is what I encourage our colleagues to also do. Now, the issue at hand is the position of the Naira, and the issue of companies moving out of the country to other countries. Just like Professor Gwake said, we will continue to have such. Even in advanced countries, it's happening. You have some companies that shut down in Nigeria that also shut down even in the US. So it's not only in Nigeria. But what can we do to address the case of Naira? The keynote speaker mentioned some points, and the commissioner mentioned some points, which Madam also alluded to. The issue of demand and supply of dollar, we need to address it. And I know one way of addressing it has been proposed. That is, we increase how foreign exchange can be generated in Nigeria. We depend solely on oil. And because of the fluctuation in the prices of oil, we have a problem in Nigeria. I remember when I was in the university, there was this effort by government to exploit bitumen. And I mean, from my knowledge of geography, I was told that Nigeria has the second largest deposit of bitumen in the world after Russia. What is the situation about bitumen today? And we're told that even petroleum products are byproducts of bitumen. If that is the case, why should we have that deposit that can earn us foreign exchange and we are just leaving it at that, unexploited? As far back as 1980s, Ondo State government then set up a committee to look into how they can exploit bitumen in Agbabu, riverine area of Ondo State. The deposit is still there. Why are we not looking into that as another source of generating a foreign exchange? We have mentioned something about solid minerals. We have solid minerals in Nigeria today, and we have a ministry that takes care of that. What is the contribution of solid mineral deposit, sector, to our economy? These are ways we can generate foreign exchange that will reduce pressure on our exchange rate. I think we need to look into that aspect. Another area, as we mentioned, in fact, the madam actually, as if she knew what I jotted down. I saw in US yesterday, there was a bridge that collapsed, right? And I saw the governor of Maryland addressing people in T-shirts. If we don't come like this to this forum today, we are not dressing corporately. What is corporate dressing? Is my brother dressing corporately? I mean, recently, when you see our governor in Ogun State, it's not because the commissioner is here. You see him in Adire. Even the president. I've never seen Obasanjo in a suit. Or the immediate past president in suit. Jonathan will always wear his cap. South cap. But if we wear something like Agbada to this place today, people will, this man did not dress corporately. What is corporate dressing? Why can't we explore what we have locally and leave the foreign textile? Many textile companies had moved out of Nigeria. They have died. Kaduna, go to Kaduna, go to Isolo area, Aswani. They are no more. You see churches all around that place now. Right? So we should look for how to generate more foreign exchange through other means apart from oil. I think that is how, that's one of the ways we can solve the Naira problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the three speakers, oh, you wanted to say something?
No, yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, the three speakers mentioned the dollarization of the Nigerian currency. Is that totally avoidable? And of what implication does that have if we don't dollarize our currency? What international trade implication does that have?
Okay, let me start answering that question. Dollar is not the only international currency. There is the pound sterling, there's the yen, and then the Chinese yuan. So it's only just because dollar had stuck in our consciousness that everything is denominated or seem to be denominated in the dollar. After all, the SDR was initiated long ago to enable countries be able to denominate their trade in not on dollar. But I think dollarization in Nigeria is because maybe it's easier to say dollar. And everybody seems to say dollar. There's nothing magic about dollar. I remember in those days, the pound sterling was stronger than the dollar. And people used to prefer holding pound sterling than dollar. But it's the popularization of dollar because the Americans have made it so. Because it pays them. After it's their currency, and if you demand for it, there's something they get from it by even having it used for international trade. The dollarization can be stopped if we look for other currencies to trade with. But the only thing is that even the Chinese do, they want to denominate their trade in dollar, because they've not been able to, people have not been able to accept their own currency as a trading currency worldwide. It's dollar that has been. But with BRICS coming up now, if they end up with their strategy to have a currency, it will downplay the influence of dollar in international trade. But like the commissioner did say, if we can, the African continental trade, free trade agreement, if we really make it work, Africans alone, if we can have a currency for trading amongst us, there will be no need for much of dollar. But however, as long as we import, dollar will continue to play a very important influence on the way we think and the way the transactions here. And that's why even the average woman on the street talks about dollar. And even if it's plantain, it's dollar. Even if whatever it is today, like the lady said, one of the speakers said, they only understand exchange rate. I was talking to my carpenter just yesterday. I have what he's going to use. Then he charged me more. I said, why? He said dollar. I said, what has the dollar got with your labor? Are you pricing it now in dollar? So everything is, they will tell you they're buying the market. And so it's just that we need to de-emphasize the importation of goods. As long as we produce locally and consume what we produce, there will be less emphasis on importation. And if there's less emphasis on importation, then there'll be less emphasis on dollar. I think local production is the way out.
Thank you very much. Okay.
I think beyond what Prof said, we also have to look at the central focus of dollars in the global market. Have you ever thought about why is the crude oil mentioned? Why is the price always in dollar, gold in dollars, and some other minerals? The bottom line is this. In the global market, there are conventions. There are conventions, and there's also this tendency of where the volume of your trade lies, like someone said in the course of the discussion. If you have to hold certain currency, what will come to your mind? Another question is, why are we also nominating, why are we valuing our foreign exchange in dollars? These are critical questions. But the bottom line is this: why are we not even talking about the exchange rate of Naira to yen to Dutch mark and the other currencies? The question is this: most of other countries in the world, it's just like when the currency is at the central focus. Somebody said it: you import from China, from Germany, and then most of these importations are done and denominated in dollars. There are conventions in the global interactions. That's one. Then when you know that the transaction you want to make, either directly from the UK or outside UK, most of this demand for services, goods are going to be in dollars. Then naturally, you keep your foreign exchange mostly in dollars because you want to position yourself in such a way that you have the ability to transact in the global market. And you transact with what is being demanded in that market. So that is the major and the critical reason why almost every country in the world are actually valuing their own currency around dollars. Then the next thing is, can we come out of this? A lot has been said around this. The major problem we have in this country, like many people have said, is our inability to actually go with our comparative advantage. If we look at the trace of where we got to this problem, it's by deviating from where we have the strengths to where we have the resources. And the resources is not even paying out. I have said this severally that what is our strength in this country? In the theory of comparative advantage, you specialize where you have the strengths. Our strengths are just in arable land. Our strength is just in the quantity of the youth that we have. Our strength is in agriculture. If we are able to produce and export within the framework of what we have as resources, then there may not be need. We are saying that we should not consume, we should reduce our taste, we should do this and that. You can only reduce your taste when you have the local production to meet your immediate needs and wants. So the bottom line is that we can, as a country, think about it. Our youths are here. They will go and sell. 3 million, 4 million people every year. Have you ever imagined when you travel across the nooks and crannies of this country, how many masses of land you see by the wayside, right, left, front, and back? What happens if we don't take coppers to banks again, to schools again, and we divert their strengths? 3 million people working on the farmland every year. We will be able to produce what we consume. I know they will not like it, but these are practical. If you see, in academics, most of the time in academics, what we do is to provide solutions that will please everybody, that will look very, very, very glamorous, but not practical. Farming and agriculture is the way out, and we have the weather. In most parts of Europe and America and Asia, you cannot farm throughout the year. This is not the case in Nigeria. There is no single second in Nigeria where farming is out of season. We have the season, we have the people. The only way out, I think, is to domesticate our strengths where our resources lie, and the government will have to encourage this, and that will make us to think less of dollarizing our economy.
Thank you very much. Just take the last contribution on this talk.
Okay. When you asked that question, something came to my mind. Is dollar a spirit that will solve our problem? That was the question that I asked myself. I was in South Korea throughout last week. $1 is equivalent to 1,200 won. So it's not rocket science. And our own is 1,400, 500. But when you enter the street of Seoul, you never hear somebody talking about his dollar. Why? It's a production-oriented economy. By the time you come down from the airport and you begin to drive to the capital city, you will see even the farming system that he's talking about is a different thing. Not this one we sweat from morning till evening. And when you enter any restaurant, there is value addiction. My father was a farmer. When he died, he only left behind tattered things and a bicycle. My elder brother is also a farmer. He can only feed himself. By the time he's storing it and he's going to eat it in December, it's wasted because there's no value addition. There's no processing. So when you hear our local people talking about his dollar, it's because they can no longer carry it on the head. They have to transport it down. And go and look at the vehicles they are using. Okay? It's not about, even, I'm going to ask a question. Will you be able to compete with these politicians who store these dollars at home? Because this allocation they receive every time, they pump it to the black market to mop out the dollars. And they are not using it. It's buried. Not for them alone, for the next generation. So you have a lazy group of people who are thinking about tomorrow, and they are storing the money. And that is why somebody can wake up and say, look, I'm going to kidnap you. I know you will pay in dollars. Because he's aware that this thing, you have gone to the market to mop the money. So why should we mop out the dollar there, and yet we want Naira to have life? And now we are discussing, should we go that way? It's not going to work. Ghana tried it. It never worked for them. Zimbabwe went into it. They are going back. We want to go back to our currency. So if we go that way, you know what? The politicians will become their slaves. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a minute. Just to add to what he has said, it's interesting to hear that, let me quote him, that the politicians will mop up the dollar just for tomorrow. They are not using it. What does that tell us? That the Naira has lost its relevance as a store of value. It's as simple as that. Then the question is, should it be so? Definitely no. Avoiding the dollarization of Nigerian economy, is it achievable? That is what they ask us. If there is political will, I would say yes, it's achievable. For instance, we have schools in Nigeria that charge their school fees in dollar. It's not so. Give anybody $1 to enter anywhere in this university or outside India, he will be able to spend in the market. It's not so. But should it be so? Does our constitution recognize dollar as a medium of exchange in Nigeria? Is it not the Naira? That is why I say if there is political will, it is doable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we take the final comment on that from Professor.
Please permit me to come back again for one reason. I am a farmer. I own a commercial farm in my state, in the state. The last presenter, Mrs. Federal, was wondering why we pineapple in the market. We're talking about dollar. Just 30 minutes before this program started this morning, they called me from my farm and said they wanted to buy chemical or want to plant maize for this season. A bottle of herbicide that we bought 1,300 this time last year is 6,000 in the market today. One cutlass that we're buying, it was about 1,300 this time last year. It used to be less than 1,000. It's 5,500 as at this morning. These are things I have to buy to produce the pineapple, to produce the plantain, and the maize. So when the maize gets to the market, somebody is saying, what is the relationship between maize and dollar? That is the thing. Those working in the farm, when I said, but what are they saying in the market? They said, the market people, they are saying dollar. Now I have to transport. I have to pay the labor as doubled between last year and now. I have to feed the workers on the feed. Brother Peter said we bear witness to that which we have seen. I am feeling it as I'm talking. It is so difficult for any farmer. I'm not borrowing. I pity those who are borrowing and paying 20% to run their farm. I am not borrowing. I am not breaking even. So it's so tough. Dollar translates to almost everything we do. We were talking about textile. In India made a policy that if Indians cannot clothe themselves, let Indians go naked. If Indians cannot feed themselves, let Indians go hungry. India imports food to Nigeria today, 1.3 billion human beings. In their country, they feed themselves and export to Nigeria. The same thing China. So all the textile that we talk about, although a textile used to be my business, they gave me one to. I told my students again. They gave me one to wear. Precisely 2003. 2003. When I was divisional head of commercial banking in First Bank, that to wear still looks new. 20 years after. Although a textile is down. These are our problems.
It's a youth empowerment center.
Let's not talk about state of Naira alone. Let's talk about state of our lifestyle. Yes. If we can have paradigm shifts, it will have a lot of effect on this. That is the connectivity between dollar and what is happening in the country. I'm bearing witness to it as a player, as a practitioner, not as somebody who is reading about it. And with it, I'm feeling the pains of what is happening to farm inputs. And government is full of rhetoric. Full of rhetoric. 15 years down the line, there is no city government in my state that is not aware that I have a farm. I've not enjoyed one bag of fertilizer from any government in the state. Come to me. I will be talking about this billion and corporate program. That's billion to agree. Who are the beneficiaries?
Yes,
hello?
we are going to take someone online. There's no one there. Okay.
Sorry, I just want. Yes, I just want to add to.
We take question and answer. Just few questions and then we are.
I just want to add to what Prof said and my colleagues here. I think the issue of political will is a major factor, and all of us are also involved. For today, as we are seated here, if you look at the students that are here, as soon as they graduate, I know 50% went to Japa. Because of the environment, right? But who will develop this country if all of us will Japa? But can we continue to suffer in this country when the environment is not conducive? These are issues that we need to look at. Now, for industrialization, let us look at the Ajakuta steel rolling or whatever, steel mill. As far back as 1980 something, that project has been there. 1970. Now, we're supposed to be producing flat sheet steel that we can manufacture machinery in Nigeria. We invested billions of naira, and government also sold it. They sold it, and some people that bought it were selling the scrap. Right? Corruption is something that we need to deal with in this country. If you don't deal with corruption, it will deal. I mean, it's already dealing with us. It's already dealing with us. And you are involved, I'm involved. If there is a project where you work and you are involved in that project, the first thing is, what is in it for me? What is in it for me? Unless we change that orientation, we'll continue this way. There's nothing we brought to the world, though. We are taking nothing out. That is the word of God. Some people amass wealth. Prof mentioned it. Some people stole dollars on the ceilings, in the septic tanks and the rest. What became of that? Nothing. Former GM deal of NNPC had a container where he put the dollars. 2 years later, he died. What is the value of that? Human beings are not thinking. And that is one of the problems we have. Unless we deal with corruption, there will continue to be this kind of a situation.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we are going to take a few questions. I have one question to ask. And either of you. Is she still online? Yes, she's still there. One. So, any of you can answer.
We have looked at what has happened in the past, and we are experiencing what is happening now in terms of monetary, financial, economic policies. Are we in the right way? Are we on the right track? That's my question.
So any of you can answer. All of you can answer the question. So, I want to take all the questions. Please take note of the questions. Okay, I've given you numbers. So number 1, number 2. Sorry. Okay, I've taken number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. So that would be okay. No, you want 6, so that would be all. 6. So number 2. Number 2, you can ask.
I not be answered. Have you all been answered? No. Okay.
No. It has to, we want to take all the.
I don't know it wasn't just to agree to what Professor Nicola said about India and China. That if Indians would go naked, they would not import anything. Same for China. I was surprised to see Professor Owuana. In fact, it's my first time I was able to see. I thought about that thing. I thought it was imported from US. You see, that is strategic. This morning I was into Arrival, and I heard that Mumbai in India is the country that has the highest number of billionaires in the world. Mumbai, India. Is this same policy? If you see an Indian dress, you know this is an Indian. Okay? We have to go back to that. I mean, if I become the vice chancellor of Bangkok University today, my uniform will be Agbada or Agbada. Yes, locally made. So that goes back to what Professor Nicola said. We must reorientate our thinking. You see, until then, we are going nowhere. With respect to my honorable commissioner, just a few weeks ago, some commissioners of finance went to London for a workshop. Why didn't they go to Ogudu or Yankari? Because of insecurity. Why would you fix that problem? Fix insecurity. Go with soldiers on the road. Whoever deal with the person. We must fix Nigeria. These are what we are not Japan anywhere.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate the department for this timely symposium being organized. My own is I wouldn't know because as a non-scholar, I already feel aware that one of the problems of data in Nigeria is that it's not reliable. Until this moment, we are still mentioning unreliable data. And when Pythagoreans were discussing, they said, what is life? They said, all is number. If we can't get our data right, CBN will continue to make mistakes. Now, if you look at what happened to inflation in January through February, it rose from 28.92% as of February is standing at 31.7%. And look at the irony now. They believe that according to the monetarist, that inflation is money driven. They started increasing the MPR. So when they increase the MPR with the expectation that inflation will come down, the same month they increase the MPR, the inflation rate rose from 29.9 to 31.7 in February. So I think we need to communicate this, that our data source should be validated for us to make a possible informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another comment, number 4.
I want to thank everyone. My first question is, we have made mention of changes in price. I was listening with keen attention when the professor said that last year the price of some of his chemicals was around 1,500 and now it is 5,000. And I quickly ran back to do the calculation as to the change in the exchange rate from that time to now. And from what I have noticed is the exchange rate most times, or the inflation rate, the changes in the prices simplified is most times 4 or 5 times the exchange rate. And these goods are imported. So is it that there is another factor to our inflation problem that we are not catering for? That's my first question. The second question is, we have made mentions of the challenges that our farms are having in Nigeria. I know that in history there have been a global discourse on those issues, and I made reflections on the concept of mercantilism that said that international trade is a zero-sum game, and then how we grew from mercantilism to absolute advantage and the concept of comparative advantage. And in the 1940s, we had the GTT, the GATT, General Agreement for Trade and Tariff, and 1990s, we had the World Trade Organization. Most of those are catering for us to operate a global village and have globalization, free movement of trade. But what we are seeing, or at least what I infer from one of the presentation, is foreign goods are suppressing domestic companies from growing. Do we think that we should review our position, not only for Nigeria, but for the whole of Africa, as to how we approach global trade?
Thank you very much. So, number 5.
Question goes to the social Ajiwala. Yeah. Interest rate, FPC, FPR rate, the benchmark rate is now 24.75%. And businesses, factories, companies, firms that are to produce the treasures, food we are eating, and all of that, they must borrow in order to be able to run their businesses. But can they make profit where their return on investment will be higher than the cost of capital? If they don't do that, how are we going to have new firms? How would the financial sector support economic growth in Nigeria under the present circumstances? That is a major one. Number 2, we want to talk about institutional factors. Dr. Oku here, or if I'm not mistaken, talked about corruption. Corruption not only in businesses, not only in offices, even the way we fight insecurity. The budget for the military or security forces, what is happening to the budget? Why is it that the bandits, ISIS, Boko Haram, they appear to be more powerful, using more sophisticated equipment than the one provided by Nigerian government, who arm trillions of dollars every year, and yet they cannot procure arms for our soldiers, and they are being sacrificed. These are 2 questions that you people must address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My question is based on the observation of the question raised by the Honorable Commissioner, that must we keep our reserves in dollars? Now, my question is, has IMF agreed to allow us to keep reserves in other currencies? Thank you.
So we leave the presenters now to answer the questions that are related to their delivery. Okay, yes.
Thank you for the various questions. I will touch some of them very, very briefly. And I was just talking to the organizers that please, whoever is in need of my paper, and the 3 papers, let's try and make them available. I noticed that my paper was not projected, but Dr. Victor has explained the challenges to me. Because some of these that I couldn't touch, they are contained fully in the paper. The right part to monetary management, which is also linked to my HOP's question of interest rate. Like I said in my presentation, textbook outcomes are not precise, especially for development environment, where we are still struggling with the level of financial development. So the outcome may not be as precise. If you ask me personally, it's like we are fighting some giants with great gloves. Our problem, inflation, our problem here is not demand pull. We assume, and it will also be the question of reliability of data. We assume that we have too much money. Oilaw's definition of inflation. More money in circulation, in the system, chasing fewer goods. So anytime we see inflation, orthodox monetary authorities always feel that the monster to fight is total money supply. At times, the peculiarities of our own environment may not. Who has more than enough money to make demands today? So I don't know the data they are working on, but I know even the currency circulation, how many of us have worked freely in our banks to withdraw cash in recent times? So there may be problem with the reliability of that 78, 80 trillion naira they say is in circulation that they want to offer. And like I said, when policy makers are in a hurry, they tend to roll out certain policies without looking at the holistic system. Let me give you an example, arithmetic. There is a circular from Central Bank, loan to deposit ratio, 65%. It has not been paid. It has not been withdrawn. Then, cash reserve ratio, 45%. Add 65 to 45, 120%. That's the problem of policy formulation. It has not been reviewed. So that's one. So when we now pursue inflation with monetary instruments, believing we need to withdraw cash, it has a vicious cycle. Now, funding becomes more expensive because of crowding out. Treasury bill is running at maybe last auction was it 22% or so. So which means I can take my money instead of investing in this sector, instead of allowing the money to also go to this sector, I invest in treasury bill. I've already stunted investment in the real sector. If investment in the real sector collapses, it affects so many other variables: employment, total growth, volume of goods and services, which again push up prices. Already cost push inflation is our headache. The costs are not abating. So left, right, center. To me, we are still not on the right course. We are still not on the right course. And that's why I said we cannot implement policies in silos. And that will take us to our destination. We need a combination of factors. Then we need scenario play. We need to balance our macroeconomic goals. How much inflation do we accommodate in order to allow for growth? We have a growth rate in the 2024 budget. We have growth rate as projected by World Bank. How much of that do we allow to generate employment? We are saying that this million, that million employment opportunity will be provided. It will not just drop from heaven. We need to do certain things to provide opportunities for employment. I was talking to my para or my state at a meeting in Lagos about 2 weeks back, and I was saying palliative will not take anybody anywhere. Don't give people fish. Teach them how to fish so that you feed them for life. So when you continue to say 8,000, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, and back on empowerment program that will generate opportunities and employment, these are things that can tame inflation. These are things that can dimension the problem to the grassroots and resolve some of the problems. So the monetary policy tools, the way we are implementing them, we need to look at other things. How do we address the issue of cost? I have mentioned that variously. Cost of infrastructure, cost of security, cost of importation, and so on and so forth. 70% of our inflationary problem in Nigeria today are cost push, not demand pull. I don't know if I still have any other one here. Must we keep our reserve management? You know, at that when we talk about foreign exchange management, we are often lost as a people because our attention is in foreign exchange rate. There are four strands to foreign exchange management: foreign exchange rate, foreign exchange reserves, foreign exchange uses, foreign exchange dealers. These are the four strands for foreign exchange management. I'm not sure that as of today, all our foreign exchange reserves are in dollar. There is a list of eligible assets that qualify as foreign exchange reserves. And I think the last time I checked, we have, but there's over concentration in dollar. We still have we still have some gold reserves. We still have a pound sterling. We still have some other currencies, but there's concentration in dollar. And let me remind us, Professor Soludo, as governor of CBN there, I asked the question, if these foreign exchange reserves, who are holding our reserves? Where is the money? HSBC, Bank of America, Standard Bank, Barclays Bank, and you know the funniest thing, we will still go to this bank to borrow. They give us our own money at higher rates. Professor Soludo wanted, in fact, he did appoint 7 banks, Nigerian banks, to manage the foreign exchange reserves of Nigeria. But not long after, he left. And that's a policy went away. So our foreign exchange reserves are still in the hands of institutions that manage for their own benefits at our own expense. Foreign exchange uses, we've talked about that. 43 items, these items, and that item. Mercy was talking about, I agree because we must have plain fee. The issue is our trade policy as a country is due for review. How many of those items, as at today, 2024 Nigerian economy, how many of those items do we still allow to be imported into the country? If we cannot punish ourselves, we cannot make sacrifices, we will continue to be a dependent nation. If policies come out to say, rice importation, no, and we can protect this problem, that's another problem. Then we'll be able to say, okay, rice production, we can raise the local capacity to this level. We talk about the textile, we talk about other things, leather shoes, some of all remember, bata, some of we are there, as I told you. Somebody who said, Abame, if there's Abame, let there be Madame, let there be Hanobe. Then we'll be progressing. One day I was in Rome. We went to the shop. We saw a suit. I was still in the bank. The suit was so nice. And the man said, where are you from? He said, oh, we are from Nigeria. He said, you know what the suit you are looking at was so in Abba. Now I have an agreement with my tailor in Abba. He will say, he will bring to me. I will we saw it as life, not story, not African magic. So these are some of the things we need to revisit. They are need for us to revisit our trade policy as a country. As of today, what trade protective policies do we roll out to encourage local industry, infant industries? It's due for review. That's what we are saying. Some question of it's not limited to 43 items. Thank you very much.
We've got some discussion, but let me just put a different spin to this. Monetary policies are on the right track. The issue is often too late. We're reactionary. But on an overall basis, it's grossly insufficient. There's need for policy coordination, and in fact, we're only dealing with emergencies. It should not happen that way. We must have quick wins, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. For instance, when we exhaust all the policy initiatives that we have put in place now, what happens to the real problem of supply? How are we strengthening the productive capacity of our manufacturing companies? How are we providing infrastructure in a way to make this country to be more cost competitive, so that, over time, that would take 3, 4, 5 years. The policy implementation lag, and the effect. So, on an overall basis, we're doing too little, too late. All right. You mentioned this point about data reliability, and I think Prof also mentioned the issue about money supply. Everything about economics, or let's say most things, or about rates and all that, start with inflation. And if the data is not accurate, and then he's also said it so well that this is a position that I've maintained for so long. What is the type of inflation we have in this country? A lot of the policy responses were put in place. They are dealing with demand pull, because the regulators think that there's too much money in circulation. How? $30 billion is in dumb account. It's almost stagnant there. It's not being used for any productive use. When you do total number of bank accounts, that was a KPMG, total number of bank accounts is far below the population. In fact, it's just about, at some point, it was 20-something million people who hold bank accounts. Then at some point, recently, it went up to like 60 million. But guess what? I'm sure each of you has more than one account. What is the role of the informal sector in this data? How are we capturing the data on GDP? So we're responding with policies dealing with different problems entirely. Like you said, our real problem is cost push. And there are policy recommendations to deal with cost push inflation. And the cost push is, we generated the problem to a large extent. And a lot of it is imported inflation. Number one. Number two is issue of security. Number three, have you ever listened to the agonies of the manufacturer in this country? They are like a mini local government. They produce their own power, generate their own power, they distribute it, and then you look at the level of skilled manpower that we have. An average Nigerian, are they really patient? Do they think about delayed gratification, or they think about instant gratification? So you're right, in data, you need to, for instance, I also talked about the issue of the food basket we're using to measure inflation. It's not been massively reviewed in the last few years, whereas 10 years ago, sorry, about 15 years ago, telecommunications cost is not part of my, today, if you look at the consumption patterns, completely different. Are they in the food basket? So those are some of the issues that we need to deal with. Inflation, you're saying, are there other costs apart from inflation? That's what I just talked about. Theories of trade. When you talk about theories of trade, I think it's going to take a long time for us to move away from dollars as a dominant means of exchange. Definitely, but have we even started the journey? And where to start is this African Continental Free Trade Agreement we have. If we successfully implement it well, honestly, we'll be on a path to recovery. Intra-Africa trade. Why is it that another African country want to import crude oil, and they will buy it from another country when they can easily buy from Nigeria? And with the paths that has just been implemented, we can begin to diversify and get away gradually from the dominance of dollars. Somebody also asked a question about can you keep reserves in dollars, in other currencies apart from dollars? Of course. That's the whole concept of diversification and risk management. Okay, yes, it's predominantly in dollars today, but nothing stops if we're doing, in fact, the composition of the currencies in our foreign reserves should largely, not 100%, largely be driven by our terms of trade or by the volume of trade. And it's not constant, it's not fixed. It should not be fixed. It should be dynamic. If tomorrow we're doing more business with China, gradually we should begin to move our foreign currencies in that direction. If we're doing more business with Africa, then that should dictate how the composition of our foreign reserves should evolve. Because the problem is that if we do not solve this problem, if we do not generate this issue, and the last point is about this problem is all of us. All of us. You know, what's the level of productivity? The infrastructure we're talking about is going to radically change things. When we launched Lagos to Ibadan Rail, I was one of the first person that says, why is everybody too about that? It's only being used for passengers. That's not productive use. Until they change it to freight and cargo, look, we need to reduce cost of logistics and transportation in this country. Apart from production costs, so when you hear massive infrastructure projects, we all should do it, particularly if they are targeted towards production. Not that we're just doing roads here and there. If you create a cluster, for instance, and you get so many companies in that cluster, and the money federal government was supposed to use for roads, you come and develop the infrastructure that is targeted. In 5, 6, 7 years' time, you can begin to measure that impact. Because an IPP will come and provide power there. That's economies of scale. You've created a business, and a lot of these problems will not be solved by government. Because, let's face it, how many people are paying taxes? Really? Abroad, the only thing that is constant, apart from debt, is taxes. And no matter, if you see what they're doing with Trump, no matter how highly placed you are, if you do not pay your taxes. So it's easy to say, they have not done this road. In the last 4 years alone, I know how much headache that I've had to raise funds to do almost 600 and something kilometers of road that we've done. But it's never going to be done. The problem will not be solved in 4 years, even in 8 years. Where is the money? We've raised our IGR without overtaxing anyone from 50 billion in 2020 to almost 140 billion last year because of issues of competitive and comparative advantages and block indicators. So we have to be creative. Everyone should not just be expecting government to solve all the problems, because a lot of it is also caused by all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, go online now. Mercy is going to respond to you. Okay, Mercy, we are waiting for you. Can you go on with your question or remark or comments?
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. It's happening. All right. It just a closing remark. A lot have been said today. My remark is there's hope. There's hope. There's hope. And he said, the suggested solution, we should not see it as a talk show. It should be action driven. Honestly, most of the things we said today in one meeting, session, seminar, symposium, or the other, these have been mentioned. But the challenge is how to we implement it. If we say all of this thing, does it end in this hall, or we are taking it further? And I also want to say that we should stop looking at documents as good solution. We are all involved. If you and I take the step to make a change, before we know it, we make a significant impact. So I'd like to say that we should love Nigeria, dream Nigeria, think Nigeria, use Nigeria, do everything. Let Nigeria be the first priority. I was in a forum, and this issue of forex came up, and I was talking about the volume of FS that have been spent on foreign education. And the next question somebody asked me from the audience is, with my own child not schooling abroad, I should do what I preach. So today, I'm throwing the same statement to every one of us. Let's act what we say. Naira will not become strong with our lifestyle. We need to look inward. While government is doing the one that is meant to do, we as an individual, we should also try and make a change. Thank you very much. I appreciate the
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
This afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that is one of the conclusions that we are taking away from here. We must change our lifestyle. Thank you very much. So it's time for us to appreciate our presenters. For Mercy, who is not here, somebody is going to receive her own appreciation award for her. Let me invite Dr. Tolu Omoshi. Yeah, Dr. Tolu Omoshi is going to do the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I want to thank you for the time you have spent here. You can see that it's really, really worth it. So I want to appreciate our speakers for today. We'll start with our keynote speaker. I will humbly call on our dean to please come forward, Professor Exodada.
Award presented to Professor Joseph Ajibola in recognition of your role as keynote speaker of this occasion of the department's symposium on the theme, the state of Nigeria. So on behalf of the Department of Finance, I want to say thank you for giving us the keynote address. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, sir. And for the next speaker, we want to call on Professor Oluseyi Oduyoye.
Oh, okay, don't worry. Sorry, sir.
do, we are almost nearing the end of this event, and we are going to have a short photo session. Please can I ask the speakers to come forward, please, for the photo session. The dean, can you join? HOD, please. Chair of the committee, Prof. Please, yeah. All right, thank you very much. Dr. Webo, please, don't leave here it's time for you to give your vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. We can agree that today's event has been largely successful. Yes. And of course, when we started the planning process, we never knew we could achieve the level of success. I want to acknowledge those who have made this possible. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the university administration led by the VC of Ohio. And of course, they supported us immensely, morally, spiritually, and financially. We want to thank them, though none of them is here anymore. We are going to pass a message to them from some of them. Efforts thank them for all they have done. And also, the local presenters, the three of them, let me give you my number. Especially for one of our own giants. Thank you so much. Our friend, you definitely get it, sir. The Commissioner for Finance, for State, Mr. Dapo, thank you so much. And again, the best of that is our own. Is a PD candidate in the department. And of course, she had done extremely well. It was through her paper during our seminar that we now said the topic she is presenting, she is fashion on, is a contemporary one. And that is why we see that as a department that we're going to run this symposium. Although she is not physically here, but she presented her paper version, presented her ideas to her. And of course, our colleagues in the department, colleagues in the department from other departments that are all here, Dr. Mrs. Nawa, Professor Joye, Professor James as a part of finance, we are going to ensure that we extend our regards in Naira and convert to dollars. And of course, there are a lot of sponsors that we have, and there are many, and we want to read out some of their names. BIG Group of the University, Banco University Management, ICO
Capital.
Not ICO, it's
ICO Capital.
We have Big Capital. We have
Ministry
of Merchant Bank, Minister of Finance, Ogun State.
Yes.
Gave us a lot of support financially. And of course, we have Edgefield,
and Westbury.
we have BIG Group, we have
Westbury.
Westbury. Yeah, Westbury is one of the sponsors of this event. I must not forget to mention the postgraduate students in the Department of Finance. They gave us a whole lot of support financially. And the same delegates
Okay, you see, in the Department of Finance, we have a pastor. And I thought that it would be nice to do him the honor of saying the closing prayer. Pastor Wale Awesa, please come and say the closing prayer. Please. Thank you very much.
We praise the Lord. We rise, please, so that we can pray. Our Father and our God, we are so grateful. There is none like you are. You are the one that takes from the miry clay and makes that one to dwell and dine with kings and princes. We thank you for what you have bestowed upon your department, the Department of Finance, and even the BU in its entirety, that we are able to float this program and make it a success. We bow down and worship. Please accept our thanks and praises in Jesus' name. Amen. Daddy, if people come to our house to rejoice with us, our prayer usually is that we'll pay back by coming to rejoice with them. Every department and organization that will be represented here today, may we, in a short, distant time from now, gather with them to celebrate with them, and their own events will be more successful. Thank you, mighty Father. Let BU continue to go on from stride to stride, and let BU be there in the marketplace as the institution first choice, in the mighty name of Jesus. And let your holy name alone, that we rely upon in this place, be highly glorified. Thank you, mighty Father. In Jesus' mighty name, we are prayed.
Please, let's remain where we are. Please, there is an order of exit. Let's allow the key speaker, supporting speakers, the dean of the school, let them exit first. Please, let them exit first. Then after that, the committee members will leave. Thank you very much. So enjoy your day.